Alright. King's Quest 5. Absence makes the heart go yonder. So we've already played King's Quest 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now we're moved on to 5. So this is from 1990. God, King's Quest 4 was like 89, I think. So there's pretty short turnaround on these games. King's Quest 1 was 85. King's Quest 2 was 86, I think. 3 was 87, I want to say. Or 88. 87, 88, and then 4 was 89. So now, 1990. King's Quest 5. So it's still an adventure game, just like the previous games in the series. And I think the box art got really good. I'm pretty sure this is the original box art for King's Quest 5. So, an experience the whole family will enjoy. It's got this cool golden box. Absence makes the heart go yonder is the subtitle for this game. So we got this cool art of King Graham in the mountains. There's the shadow of a wolf behind him. And then the Ice Palace. So Sierra Online Publishing. So sticker on the box, because this was a PC game, so you had to make sure that your hardware is able to play it. So it requires EGA, Tandy, VGA, or MCGA. That's for the video output. Yep, this is a Cedric game. It's recommended that you use a mouse or joystick, and it might as well be required because this is a mouse game, and trying to play this on anything but a mouse is that ain't happening. Yeah, there's a hole in my ear. You can't quite see through it though. So 286 performance or better. I'm gonna play this at full speed on a 450 megahertz because this game isn't speed sensitive, so it doesn't really matter. This is a well-programmed game. So supported in terms of sound. So Roland MT32 officially supported. LAPC1 and CM32L, those are all Roland MT32 equivalents. The CM32L is the one I was talking about during King's Quest 4. That this one, if you wanted to pick up one of these nowadays, it's like $1,000. And the only benefit for the CM models over the MT32 is that it plays a few extra sound effects in like 5 games. So that's what the extra $1,000 gets you. Or you could use the Munt emulator and just plug in your old computer to a cheap new one and have it emulate the MT32 and the CM32L. And it actually sounds better than the original hardware, believe it or not. And I'm just using the original hardware because I'm a purist, but if I were going for the absolute best audio quality, I would actually emulate the MT32 because it would actually sound better. Just throwing that out there for all the hardware purists out there. It actually is better in this case to emulate. So Adlib and Sound Blaster as well, and then PS1 and Game Blaster. I'm not sure what they mean by PS1. That must be some special sound card thing I don't know about. And then it was also distributed on both 3.5-inch and 5.25-inch floppy disks, which we will see when we get to that. So Sierra, and then by Roberta Williams. So we got another by Roberta Williams game here. And then the back of the box. Journey into Danger. The greatest adventure in the history of Daventry is about to begin. As you embark with King Graham on the most thrilling and perilous adventure of his career, the quest for the missing royal family of Daventry. Experience the magical world of King's Quest V and discover why more people have played King's Quest than any other computer game series in history. Roberta Williams has been designing graphic adventure games since 1980, beginning with the groundbreaking Mystery House. Well, we might have to play Mystery House at some point. I've never played that one, and it's probably amazing. The first computer game to combine text and graphics. She's gone on to become the best-selling interactive adventure author in the world. So it doesn't say authoress anymore, it says author. Sure. Her King's Quest series has sold more than 1 million copies worldwide, making it the best-selling computer adventure ever. So when we did King's Quest 4, it said 500,000. And now it's up to 1 million already. Alright. Sure. Features a rich, complex story with highly developed characters. Alright. Sure. The most beautiful and detailed graphics ever seen in a Sierra 3D adventure game. They call these 3D adventure games, by the way, because you can move forward and backward into the screen. That's the only thing that makes it 3D. And you can move behind objects in the foreground. That is why they call it a 3D adventure game. Sure. Delightful original stereo soundtrack. There actually is music in this game, more than in 4. No typing required. A simple new interface permits complex game interactions without typed input. I'll speak more about this later into the game, but this I dispute. I highly dispute this. Alright. Here's what players are saying about King's Quest V. Congratulations on a towering achievement in storytelling, says unnamed quoter. Simply the best graphics I've ever seen on a computer anywhere. 1990? Yeah, probably. Breathtaking backgrounds and unbelievably smooth animation. Yeah, I could see that. Calling KQV a blockbuster is like calling Mount Everest a big rock. Are these real quotes? Okay, so there's 16... Okay, so they actually show different screenshots of the different versions. So this is from the 16 color version of the game, and so is this. And then down here is not accurate. This... Okay, I played King's Quest V before, and King Graham's sprite does not look like that. And this background is in the game, and so is this one, but King Graham is not that big. He's like that big in the scene. So, alright, so we'll have to remember these two for later, because this is inaccurate. Alright, so we got new updated photo of Roberta Williams. She's got a perm going this time. So this is slightly different. Roberta Williams is the originator of the 3D adventure game. She has won numerous awards for her King's Quest and other computer game designs, and her contributions to the entertainment software industry have earned her the title the reigning queen of adventure gaming. Alright. I don't dispute that. That's accurate. Patent pending. King's Quest V contains technology described in U.S. Patent Application 598174. Alright, hold up. I got Opera open here. Let's get the keyboard up here. U.S. Patent 598174. This is from... It's a dress day. Alright, hold up. Let me bring this up on screen here. This is a patent from 1898 on, like, woodworking. U.S. Patent 598174. Is there a difference between applications and existing patents? Because this is... were they just making shit up here? 598174. Method of triple co-extruding a meat-based product. Probably not that. Okay, it might be this one? This is about photographs, though. This is photograph processing, and there's no images of it. This is from Kodak from 1944. So, I don't know. I don't know about this one. Okay. Sure. Well, we'll just say, yeah, sure. They probably had some sweet patent. There's the disc art. So the version that we're going to be playing is going to be the CD version of King's Quest V. This is actually the first King's Quest game that I ever played. And it was my first adventure game, and it was my first Sierra game. I didn't get this when it was in a box. I got it as part of something called... it was like a 10-foot variety pack. It was a pack of CDs that you got from the grocery store, and it was like it was $20 or $10 or something, and it came with like 8 CDs of like 2 of them were just shareware compilations, and then like 3 were utilities, and then like 2 or 3 of them were actual full games. And that's how I got King's Quest V, and I think I also got Space Quest 4 from a similar pack. And maybe King's Quest 6 at a later time. But yeah, that's actually how I got into adventure gaming, was from one of those weird compilation things from the grocery store back in the day. So that's what the disc art for that looks like. So this is the original release, it looks like, for it. So this is a very different cover for the game. So we got there's our boy Cedric on this one. So this Tandy, Roland, yeah, everything looks the same on the sticker. So I'm not sure what's so different about this box, but I found this box when I was online, so sure. Roberta Williams and King Graham cordially invite you. Sure. Okay, so these screenshots are accurate. So this is the IBM VGA. CD-ROM version may vary, and these are actually accurate of the game. Like here, this was one of the shots from the box from earlier. Highly detailed, delightful. No, yeah. Okay, there's nothing in here about patents either. Weird. And then here's the discs, the diskettes that the game came on. And you can see here, 9 out of 10 discs. So you would have had to install all of these to your hard drive, I think, to get the game to go. So installing this game probably took a while, and you can see why playing it on CD definitely the way to go, because there's hardly any installation. And this is the startup disc, so I think you had to have this in order to even get the game going. Okay, so there are multiple versions of the game, but we're only going to be playing the CD version. So that'll be that. Hello, Summer. Yeah, I spent a couple days fixing the website and upgrading hardware and hosting and networking and all that, and it seems like the website is fully armed and operational now. For once. Oh, shit. Oh, God, my... Alright, hold up. Hold up. I gotta disconnect my stuff because my trackball just flew out of... The ball flew out of my trackball and went across the room. I gotta face down the trackball. Alright, hold up. Okay. Yeah, CDs with caddies, yep. Yeah, I remember those things. Those were a pain in the ass. Oh boy. My first CD drive was a 2X drive. Was the first one I ever got. Okay, so let's get this going here. So, just like with King's Quest 4, so All right, I'm kind of torn with how I want to approach this. Where's my phone? So, all right. So King's Quest V gives us several options for how we want to do audio. So let's which one is it? This one? Okay. So, just like in King's Quest IV, here's the Roland MT32. I have it set up and plugged into my main PC right here. So that's connected down to my DOS computer here. So King's Quest V also supports general MIDI, which is something that this uses. This is a Roland SC55. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the MT32 for this game because it would have been more directly supported and would have made more sense to use that for a game from that time period. The game also it has the beeper support, and there's also like ad-lib support, so I can make a save at a point where there is music in the game, and we can compare and see what all of them sound like. But for the most part, we're just going to be using the Roland MT32 for the audio of this one. So that's what I've decided for that one. Okay, so let's let us get going here. Alright, King's Quest V, Absence Makes the Heart Go Yonder. I need to switch my audio over to coaxial. I need to do an audio test here. Yeah. Everybody's favorite sound. I need to turn off my PlayStation input monitor because we're not using that. Let's turn on Roland Cam since we're going to be using the Roland. And then get this lined up properly. Like so. So it says hard MPU because that is the special audio board that I'm using to talk to the MT32. So you can't just directly plug in an MT32 into a computer. It has to be able to translate all the weird commands that the MT32 produces, which is why a setup that uses an MT32 is so rare and expensive outside of the emulator, because it ain't easy. Okay, and then we're gonna use the MT32 feed. Okay, all right. So let's just show the installer here for a moment before we get into it. So C drive. So here's all the options that you get with King's Quest V. So 256 grayscale or 16 colors. We'll do 256 because sure. Why did that? That wasn't supposed to do that. Okay, hold up. All right, so by default we have the MT32 selected. That's this up here. There's also general MIDI, so this will be through the SC55, which is plugged in through a different interface. Adlib is the Sound Blaster MIDI, and then internal speaker, which y'all know what that sounds like. So we'll go with MT32. We got to make sure it's connected to the external computer port and then plugged into speakers. So it's not like you plug in your MT32 to the input of your sound card. You can do that, but most people just had their own set of speakers just for the MT32 plugged into that. So that's kind of the setup that we're using for this, kind of. And then for speech, CMS Sound Blaster, I'm not going to select this because this game is really, really finicky with speech settings, and I don't want to mess it up. I got it working, and I don't want to mess it up. So we'll just do that. Okay. So let's do it. There is also a native Windows version of the game, but For compatibility and ease of use, the DOS version is what we're going to be doing here. So you can see right here, it's actually programming the MT32.
Have you previously played King's Quest V?
Alright. You ready for some highly compressed speech? No, we haven't.
Warning, this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
Sure. So there's also a manual for this game, but I looked through it and there's nothing mind-blowing about it. There is some copy protection stuff, but besides that, it's a plot synopsis of the first 4 games and like how to install it. And there's nothing too interesting about it, so not gonna bother with this menu or this manual. All right. Oh no, our castle. So you can see here, this is not using the MT32 at all. This is all music coming from the CD. So if the music sounds too good to be MT32, that's because it is. So right away, it looks a hell of a lot better than King's Quest IV did.
My castle? What has happened?
Ooh, I can tell you what happened.
What?
Ooh, I know what happened to your castle. I saw it all. Yes, I did.
You did? Well then, what happened?
Ooh, it was the powerful and evil wizard Mordak who did it. Ooh, I just happened to be visiting with an old friend when I saw him materialize out of thin air. Thank goodness he didn't notice me.
Well, don't stop now. Go on.
He conjured up a terrible whirlwind that swirled faster and faster around the castle. With another incantation, Mordak then caused the wind to draw the castle up into the sky and out of sight. Ooh, it was something to see, all right.
Why? Why would this wizard, Mordak, want my castle? What could he have against me and my family?
That I don't know. Ooh, I only know that it was Mordak who took your castle and your family. Well, perhaps I can help you. My employer also happens to be a wizard, which is why I recognized Mordak. Ooh, unlike Mordak, though, my employer is a very good wizard. His name is Crispin Arthur, but we all call him Crispin for short. The only problem is, you see... Woo-hoo-hoo!
Oh, I already have preconceptions about Cedric the Owl. I've beaten King's Quest V like triple-digit times, I think. So I played this game before.
Anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. The only problem is that Crispin is getting on in years and tends to be a bit forgetful.
I don't know. This doesn't sound as if it would work.
Oh, sure it would. Crispin is a very qualified wizard, one of the best. He just gets a little forgetful now and again, that's all. Now,
oh, dang, that's right. I did say I haven't played it before.
I brought it with me. Aha! Here it is.
What is that?
Hello, Ed.
Well, it is my opinion that you don't stand a chance against the likes of Mordak. Ooh, excuse me for saying, Your Majesty, but you don't have a choice. You must come with me. I'm sure Crispin can help you.
Hey, Alyssa. Good to see you. Alright. The Fairy Dust again. Third King's Quest game so far.
Ooh, just some old leftover fairy dust I've been carrying around. Ooh, it'll help you to fly. You can follow me to the land of Serenia, where Crispin and I live. It's much too far to walk, you know. Ooh, I think the fairy dust is still good.
It does. Yeah, this is angel dust from angels.
Come on, up here. Follow me.
So if the audio for the speech seems a little low, by default the game sets it to 80%. I will turn it up once we get into the main game, but I can't do anything with it now. Yeah, this is a really beautiful background art for this. You can really tell they went hard in the paint on getting really good artists on this one. And they could certainly afford them because they made bank with the first 4 games. And yeah, when this game came out, this was like just like the best looking game.
Down here. Come on.
Okay, here I come.
Like considering the normal average game from 1990, this looks just so much better than anything that had come out before it.
Ooh, looks like the fairy dust just wore off.
Cedric? Where have you been? I've been calling for you. Well, well, what have we here? A bit clumsy, are you? Well, come on in the house and dry off. No sense sitting around like a wet dog. Cedric, go into the house and pour each of us a nice hot cup of tea.
Ooh, aye, Crispin.
Cedric doesn't have hands. How's he gonna do that? So there's also like crackling and popping in the audio. That's just compression. That's not any of my gear doing that.
The Society of Wizards has always taken a dim view of Mordak and his abuse of his power. Why, he's even been put on suspension a few times. It never seems to do any good, though.
Crispin, why would Mordak want to take my family or castle? What did we ever do to him?
I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. Mordak is a very unpredictable wizard. I've never understood that evil mind of his.
Ooh, I thought perhaps you could help His Majesty, Crispin. That's why I brought him here.
Well, let me see now. I used to be a very powerful wizard at one time, you know, but I've gotten a little rusty lately.
Ooh, a little rusty.
That's quite enough from you, Cedric.
Ooh, yes, sir, Crispin, sir.
I don't know what I have that would be of much use to you. Most of my wizard stuff is pretty old and worn out. But let's see what I can find.
Cedric is an owl. Oh man. Alright, 5 minutes later, he's gonna make it to that chest. Alright, Crispin, come on. No got all day here.
No, that won't do. That's all used up. It might work. Here, eat this.
What is that?
That's an old piece of magical white snake I had left over from last year. With it, you'll be able to communicate with the natural and animal world. You could find that quite helpful.
Some fairy dust and white snake.
Here's
All right.
my old wand. I don't even know if it works anymore. Most of its power may be gone. You should know that wands are like pets. They've got to get to know you before they'll work for you. Just treat it with care and respect, and hopefully it will do something for you. You'd better get going, my boy. No telling what that confounded Mordak could be up to. You go with him, Cedric. Show him the way.
Oh,
Yes, you. Don't be such a coward. Now go on. You'd better get started.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate all you've done for me.
The guy looking like that offered me some year-old white snake. I would absolutely not eat it, but this is a different day and age, I guess.
I suggest we visit the town first. How about it, Your Majesty?
Please don't call me Your Majesty, Cedric. It's much too formal. I'd like it if you'd just call me Graham.
I'd be delighted to, Graham. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yes, the town. You might be able to find some supplies there. It's just over a little hill to the south, not too far.
Well then, let's be on our way, Cedric.
Okay. So let me turn up the volume here. So, an amazing innovation here. If I can get this in frame. There we go. Okay. So, notice the volume slider. If I turn it down, volume 0, volume 27, you can control the MT32 volume from the game. I don't have to screw around with and there's a checksum error. Don't worry about that. So the MT32 is actually creating those bird sounds that you're hearing. So this is save/KQ5. So we'll do that as our save directory. Okay. All right. And then boom. Okay. So yeah, you can't see the MIDI light coming on, but the MT is actually doing that. Okay. So we got start of our new notes here. So we got Wizard House. Is this screen? And it looks like we can only go south from here.
King Graham, heavy of heart, searches far and wide for his beloved family, who've been stolen by the evil wizard Mordak. Impatiently, Cedric waits for Graham. The hand-hewn wooden door is recessed within a small porch. A small cellar door is located under the house. A tiny pond adds charm to Crispin's forested home.
Okay.
Nestled among the trees of the forest sits the wizard Crispin's worn but cozy cottage.
All right. So if I the left and right arrow keys on the keyboard move around this, and if I turn off numlock, okay. So the 5 button on the numpad changes these icons, and then you can move around the cursor like that. The 0 key on the numpad switches between walk and your last action thing. So here's the big change between 4 and 5 is that so it's a mouse-driven interface, and we've got walk, look at, pick up, and talk. This is our use inventory item, like quick slot, and then this is our inventory.
The old wand doesn't seem to have any vitality left in it.
Okay, so that's all we got is an old wand in there. And then here's our interface for all this. We'll keep speed at that because if I turn it up too much, things can go wrong. The details slider, I'm not so sure what that what that's really for, because it doesn't seem to do much in the games. I will be messing with that towards the end of the game, because I know that there is a issue with the detail slider later, but we'll get to that when we get to that. And then this is just, hey, what is this?
This icon is for talking.
So we get a completely different person telling us.
This icon is for doing.
Sure. So this is the narrator.
This icon is for looking.
This cartoon contains information needed to beat this game. All right. So, oh geez. Okay, I do need to turn that up a little bit. That is way too slow. All right, it's time for everybody's favorite line in the game. Are you ready for this?
Graham, watch out! A poisonous snake!
A poisonous snake. All right, so there it is. There we got there. So this is snake screen. So there's screens to the up, left, down, right.
A large, venomous snake blocks Graham's passage to the east.
Okay.
Cedric keeps his eye on Graham while perched on a nearby tree branch.
So we get near it. Yeah, if only we had a bridle. All right. So if we get near it.
In silence, the large serpent eyes Graham menacingly.
I could have sworn it talks to you.
That wasn't wise, Graham. He who speaks with forked tongue should never be trusted.
Okay. So there is proper death lines in this game. Unlike in 4 and the previous
See how
one.
the path goes to the east up into the mountains? That's the route to Mordak's castle.
Okay, so Mordak's castle is that way in the mountains, but there's a snake in the way. So obviously we gotta do something about that. Alright, so Cedric said that there was a town far to the south. Okay. This is the town. Alright. So we're getting some proper MT32 music here. At least I think this is MT32. Yeah, okay.
The quaint little town of Serenia nestles at the base of a great snow-capped mountain range which rises sharply to the east.
Okay, the town is called Serenia. Can we look at the cow?
Secure within a small pen, a spotted cow quietly chews her cud.
Okay, can we talk to the cow?
Unfortunately, the cow doesn't have anything to say. Her mouth is too full of cud.
Dang it, can't talk to the cow. Rip.
If you're going into town, I'll just wait for you here. I had a nasty run-in with a big dog once, and I feel much safer out here.
Okay. Alright, so this is... You can actually see the MT32 work in here. So this is one of the first spots in the game where there is proper music. So this is the MT32 soundtrack. So this is 1988 is when the MT32 came out. So it would have been a few years old by this point. And I think there was like 4 or 5 Sierra games that used the MT32 before this. So that's what that sounds like. Now this is when I want to show the difference between the other versions. So if we go back to install. Okay. So internal speaker. So it's time for some beepy boys here. So this is what it sounds like. Thanks for playing. Alright, So most people in 1990 probably would have had a sound card at this point, so it would not have been common for somebody to be playing this.
Have you previously played King's Quest?
Yeah, I have. For somebody to be playing this on a PC speaker only, but if they did, this is what it'd sound like. There we go. Okay. Yeah, LCC. I made big changes to the website
really?
hosting, and everything should actually just work now. I spent the last few days working really hard on all that stuff, and I'm glad it's actually working. So, okay. So that's that, and then the other thing here. So here's the Sound Blaster version of that. So this will be directly generated by the Sound Blaster card. And that should sound slightly different there too. Thank you, don't touch the door. It is very nice. Okay, so that's just playing off the CD since we get into the game here. Hear the Sound Blaster / Adlib.
Have you previously played King's Quest V?
So you can hear the birds. The birds sound slightly different. That's kind of a harsher tone. So this is how I played the game. This is the sound of what I listened to when I first played the game in the early 90s. This is the sweet, sweet ad-lib. The sweet sound of ad-lib. Beautiful, right?
Do you really want to quit?
Beautiful. Beautiful. And then, so the premium option when this game came out would have been the SC55. So that is using the general MIDI interface, the general MIDI protocol. The difference between the MT32 and general MIDI is that the MT32 had to be programmed on the fly, let's say, for how it generated sounds, which is why if you select MT32, it takes an extra 5 or so seconds to launch the game because it has to program the MT32. General MIDI doesn't do any of that. It just has a set of sounds, and then it would play those. It would say, hey, play a trumpet here at this pitch at this time. Whereas the MT32 is like, okay, program your sound bank to this weird sound and then play this weird sound. And then later into the song, it will reprogram that bank again to... So instead of making weird sound, make a bird sound instead. So that's the difference between those things there. Okay, so general MIDI. This is through an SC55 Mark I, which is kind of the model you want to use for... that.
Have you previously played King's Quest V?
Alright, SC55. So, proper bird sounds. So the bird sounds sound pretty good. Save, keep 5. So there we go. That's SC55. So this game would have been a very, very, very early general MIDI. game, so this doesn't properly take advantage of general MIDI, but it does work, and I think it might be patched in because it doesn't mention general MIDI on the box of the game, but it does work. Okay, so we'll go back to Roland mode for the rest of the game. I just wanted to highlight.
Do you really?
What all that sounds like? Am I playing this off of 46? No, this is a here. I'll bring up the camera. Bring up the camera again while I am not currently in the game. Where is my camera? There it is. I am playing this off of, so this is a CRT. This is a 24-inch Sony FW900 equivalent. And then the computer is down here. So there's the SC55. Here's the MT32. And here's the PC. It's got a Voodoo Banshee card. The processor is a AMD K63 450 megahertz. We got a Sound Blaster Live, modded for optical digital output, and I have a hard MPU is doing all that. And that's also going out to an OLED and then off to the stream off to the side. I also have a dedicated Windows 98, or no, Windows XP machine right up there, but we haven't had cause to use that yet. So that's the setup. We're running off of all original hardware. No emulating going on here. Okay. Install, set this to MT32. All right, MT32. So when we launch the game, you'll see up here the screen is going to have a message there, and that message is on there while it's programming the MT32. So it's actually sending MIDI signals to it right now, telling it what instruments to use. Oh. Amazing. So this is what it sounds like if you use MT32 drivers on the wrong thing.
Have you previously played King's Quest V?
All right, this is the audio back. So I have both devices plugged into my mixer at once, and I didn't immediately switch them over. So we got that's what it sounds like when you send MT32 signals to a to something that isn't an MT32. It just sounds like garbage. All right, back to it. Okay. All right, so Taylor, okay. I gotta turn the volume back up.
While blocking an alleyway, a frustrated man fixes a broken wheel on his wagon.
Yeah, I considered getting a 486, but actually I'm gonna exit the game one more time just to show YouTube guy in YouTube chat that why this is particularly cool. So this system, you can actually downclock it to 486 levels. So it's currently running at 450 megahertz on my my AMD. But what I can do here is I can essentially turn this into a 486 or a 386 equivalent in terms of speed. Somebody actually figured out that you can send these hacky signals to the CPU to downclock it, and you can do this during Windows. So I can make this 200 megahertz without the internal caches, and that essentially makes it as quick as a 386 or 486, depending on what I've selected. So I'm not going to apply that because it's going to screw up King's Quest, but for you don't have to pay 486 prices to get 486 performance with the original hardware. Because I know 486s are only getting more and more expensive as the years go by. And since I'm using this this newer AMD board, I actually have an AGP slot. I got AGP, PCI, and ISA.
Have you previously played King's Quest?
And it is much easier to run things. Okay. All right, back to it. Now for real this time. Now we're going to play the video game. All right. Save KQ5. Okay, let's talk to this guy.
How goes it with you, good fellow?
Not well, I'm afraid. This old wagon's always giving me trouble.
Can I help you in any way?
Thank you kindly, but I think I can handle it.
All right then. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks.
This wagon, I'm gonna need it.
Okay. Also notice that it ducks the MT32 audio during dialogue. Okay, we got a barrel here.
Graham notices an old wooden barrel on the street corner.
Okay.
Inside the barrel, Graham sees an old rotting fish.
Ah, a rotting fish. Just what we need. Can we talk to... Nope. We can only talk to alive animals, apparently.
Inside the barrel, Graham leans way down into the barrel and removes, phew, the smelly old fish.
Yep, fish, dead fish, and then dead and rotting fish. We're gonna have zombie... So, okay.
May I help you, sir?
Alright. So remember when we were playing through Shenmue 2? Or no, Shenmue 1. So, in the cutscenes, in Shenmue 1, when you're getting your job to be a forklift driver,
I don't like this at all.
and he opens the door in the Shenmue forklift office. That sound effect is a sound effect they use in Shenmue.
May I help you, sir?
That same exact sound effect. So that is why I'll always recognize that sound effect.
I'm interested in buying something here.
Ah, let me show you some things. A fine piece of cloth. With this material, I could make you beautiful shirts. There isn't a more beautiful piece of fabric to be found anywhere. With this, I could make you the finest trousers you've ever had. Well, what do you think?
Well, right now I'm just looking. Thanks anyway.
Sure. Whatever you say, I'm just here to help.
And complete with shures.
I don't like this at all.
The rude customer doesn't care to talk to Graham.
Hey, Kevin. Alright, what about this?
In the corner of the
Sick
shop,
cloak.
draped casually over a tailor's form, Graham sees a thick, fur-lined cloak.
Alright. Can we...
Here, let me help you with that. Oh, that cloak fits you perfectly. It just looks wonderful on you. Let me tell you, it will certainly keep you toasty warm during the coming winter. Let me know if you wish to buy it.
Well, will you take this rotting fish?
Phew! This smelly old fish is disgusting.
Alright, would you like this fish?
The tailor wouldn't find that suitable for his business.
Sure. Oh, alright. Guy at the cart is gone, and now there's something shiny over there.
Graham notices a shiny silver coin lying forgotten on the street near the broken wagon.
Okay.
Bending down, Graham quickly retrieves the silver coin from the street.
Alright. It's ours now, I guess. Would you like this fish, lady? Nope. Alright, what else we got here? We got toy shop. And...
Quaint houses and little shops line the town's main cobblestone street.
And then shoe shoppy. Alright. I kind of prefer the MT32 version of this.
Come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything.
Is this the guy that was in that coffin in Kodelka?
The shipment of carving wood hasn't come in yet. What should we do?
If it's not in by tomorrow, I'll send you to the sawmill.
Okay, Papa?
Alright.
A pet goldfish swims endlessly around in its fishbowl.
Can we talk to the goldfish? Man, this magical white snake is...
Yeah, mein darling?
Can I keep this doll? I really like her.
Now, Katrina, you know these toys are for sale for other kinder. Besides, you've got plenty of dolls. You can play midair, but just be careful.
All right, Grandpapa. I'll take care of her.
Sure. Yeah, can we give Goldfish a friend? Dang it.
That's a fine sled, isn't it? Any child would love to have it.
Yes, I was just admiring the workmanship.
Yes, for a child.
Danke. If you'd like to buy it, let me know.
Alright, how much?
This is a fine little toy shop you have here. You must be very proud.
Danke, son. I've worked very hard at it over the years.
The years.
But you know, you need to really love it. And I do.
Are most of these toys your creations?
Yeah, most of them. But not all. Some my son made, some I bought, some I traded for.
You're very talented.
Danke, danke. Well, let me know if I can help you.
Alright. They made this guy have every fourth word be German for some reason. Sure.
Take a look around if you want, but we don't have any shoes to sell you right now. We sold our last finished pair yesterday. Our business ain't doing so good anymore, and we're getting too old to keep trying.
Is there anything I can do to help?
There ain't nothing you can do, short of buying us out. But like I said, if you want to look around, feel free.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, this shoe shoppy does not have... He's got a shoe. Alright, can we pet the dog?
This old dog doesn't appeal to Graham.
What? Can we talk to the dog?
The old dog pays no attention to Graham.
Do you like this dead fish dog?
The dog doesn't even lift his head to take notice of it.
Would you like this dead fish?
The weary old woman has no interest in it. The shoemaker isn't even paying any attention to Graham.
Well, geez. Alright, nice shop you got here. Okay. Oh man,
Quaint houses.
Oh.
The town is busy with people going about their daily chores.
Alright. Looks like all we can do in the town here. Alright, back with our boy Cedric. Okay. So far the game world is 4 screens north and south tall, which is half of King's Quest 1. Okay.
A rutted dirt road travels east and west beside the rushing river. The cold river courses swiftly by the town bakehouse. With a fine view of the rushing river, the bakehouse sits a bit out of town, along an old rutted road.
See the road there? Back to the east is the town.
He really wants to go back to town, I guess. Alright. Alright, hold up. It's time for some real King's Quest hours here.
No, Graham, don't!
Too bad. Graham's swimming skills were no match for the mighty river.
Perfect. Alright. If I die on purpose, I'm not counting it. Well, I guess I died on purpose this thing, so sure. Sure. Yep, a little bit of water. Alright.
Ooh, I'll wait for you here, Graham.
There's that Shenmue door again.
And how is your poor dear mother doing, William?
Oh, she hasn't been doing too well lately. But my brother and I help out whenever we can. Thanks for asking, Amanda.
Austin, keep your fingers out of that pie. The pies look lovely. I think I'll take one.
Yes, they were just made fresh this morning. Here you go.
Yes, this will be a fine dessert for our dinner tonight. Let's go home, Austin.
They give you this cursor during this. I'm not sure why. It's not like you can do anything during this.
Here's the last of the pies.
Welcome to our bakehouse, traveler. Of course, all of our wares are wonderful, but today we've got a special on custard pies.
Oh?
Just 1 silver coin each, but take your time. Let me know when you're ready.
1 whole silver coin?
It is but a common silver coin.
Alright, can we pet the cat?
The cat doesn't look very friendly at all. The cat doesn't appear to like Graham, much less answer him.
Man,
The cat is much too lazy to care about it.
Sure. Yeah, that must be a Sphinx cat.
Delicious, mouth-watering custard pies lining the tables and countertop attract Graham's eyes and nose.
Everything looks so delicious, it's hard to decide what to buy.
Everybody has that problem, but what a problem to have.
Those custard pies look most delicious.
Yes, they're made from a recipe handed down from our dear Mama and her Mama before her.
It's still hard to decide, though.
Well, that's the same skin tone as
no hurry.
as everybody else in the game, so... Oh, why is this... Okay. It just hangs on that line. Take your time. No need to hurry.
Sir, I would like to purchase one of your custard pies.
These pies cost 1 silver coin each.
I've got it right here. Here you go.
I hope you enjoy your custard pie.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
Sure. Sure you will.
The custard pie looks delicious.
Alright. So I'm curious if we, Can we eat the pie?
That was the best custard pie Graham has ever eaten.
Okay. So, right there, I just soft-locked. And you wouldn't know it until hours and hours into the game. But this is King's Quest V. So that is a horrible mistake to do that. Alright. There's Shenmue door. So yeah, this King's Quest V is notorious as one of the games that just you can soft lock over just the dumbest things. And I'll point out every time we come across something that does it.
Just off a rutted dirt road, a country inn overlooks the picturesque rushing river.
Alright, the Swarthy Hog Inn.
A large haystack dominates the area in front of the barn. An old, uninteresting barn is located behind the country inn. This is a side entrance of the quaint country inn.
Okay, let's go check out the inn. Sure, it is filled with very nice people who will help us on our quest.
Ooh, I'll wait for you out here. I don't like that place.
A flea-bitten old dog lies asleep in the corner. Graham notices 3 rough-looking men huddled over the bar in serious conversation. Since they're talking in such low tones, Graham can't quite hear what they're saying.
Excuse me, gentlemen. You like this fish? Well, alright. I like to pet your dog.
The dog is just out of Graham's reach.
Dang it. Oh, get over there, Graham.
Graham has nothing to say to a sleeping dog.
That dog is clearly not sleeping. Alright, gentlemen.
You know that job we pulled yesterday? Where's the rest of the loot, huh? I think one of you guys is holding out on me.
Gentlemen, please excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Diana's full, ain't got no more rooms.
Hey, boss, this guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him?
Rub him out.
Rub him out.
Struggle as he might, Graham could not escape his bonds. Don't worry, Graham. The innkeeper will soon put you out of your misery.
Okay. So yeah, obviously, can't go in there. Rub him out.
Carefully, Graham searches through the haystack, but doesn't see anything of importance.
Okay. Oh, we got important King's Quest business to do here.
No, Graham, don't!
Too bad. Graham's swimming skills were no match for the mighty river.
Alright. But pretty much the same one as the last time. Okay. Alright.
Watch out for the bear, Graham!
Alright, so Cedric is telling us that this bear is up to no good. So first things first.
No, Graham, don't!
Wait, this isn't a rushing river. This is just...
Too bad.
Oh.
Graham's swimming skills were no match for the mighty river.
Alright.
A large bear seems to be very interested in the honey inside the old tree.
Okay.
A swarm of bees buzz around a hole in a rotted old tree. Graham notices a large stick lying on the ground near the old tree. The bear is too intent on the honey to listen to Graham.
Okay.
These aren't very talkative bees.
Alright, I just need this stick. Give me that stick. Oh,
Tisk, tisk. Graham should know better than to feed the bears.
Sure. What's Cedric got to say about this?
Having other things on his mind, Cedric doesn't appear to be in the mood to talk right now.
Well, would you like this fish spared?
I'm Queen Beatrice, kind sir. I wish to thank you ever so much for saving our hive from the claws of that horrible bear. In return, I offer you a luscious honeycomb from our hive. Please feel free to retrieve one. I promise my bees won't harm you. It may come in handy on your travels.
Sure. Alright. And also the stick. Probably also useful.
Graham bends down and picks up the large stick from the ground. Graham reaches a hand into the beehive and retrieves a very sticky chunk of honeycomb. Wrapping it in a protective piece of cloth, he then pockets it.
He pockets it. That's some Shenmue tier acting there. So can we go south from here? Or is this log just going to be in the way? Okay, can't go south. Alright, so as far as mapping goes, I headed south from the wizard's house to town. Then just hooked west to the bakery, the inn, and then here's the tree with the bees. So if we keep going west here...
Ooh, there's nothing but a hot, dry desert further west. Most people avoid it because there are bandits out there.
Bandits.
Ooh, if you insist on going, I'll wait for you here.
I insist. Okay. So this is the desert.
Well, there you are. I was just starting to get concerned.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
So we'll deal with the desert later when I know we need to. I don't have a pre-made map of the desert, so we're gonna...
A bully of a dog terrorizes the poor ants as he playfully digs at their large anthill. A mangy old dog digs playfully at the huge anthill while the poor ants scurry about frantically. The dog doesn't seem to be a friendly sort at all.
Ooh, is that a new dance, Graham? The Boogaloo?
Okay. You can't get killed by the dog, apparently.
Ooh, is that a new dance, Graham? The Boogaloo?
It appears to be an average stick of wood.
Sure.
Honey drips at the edges of the honeycomb chunk.
Here, boy!
It runs off into the desert.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm King Antony the Great. May I ask who you are?
Why, certainly. I'm King Graham of Daventry, and this is my friend Cedric. We're seeking a way to cross the great mountains to the ocean on the other side.
That is a very perilous undertaking. I wish you would reconsider. But if you shall not, in return for rescuing our home from that flea-bitten cur, I wish to offer you our help, if perchance you may ever need it.
Thank you very much, King Antony. Cedric and I appreciate your kind offer. We look forward to meeting you again.
Okay.
A colony of large ants parade up and down a huge anthill built amid some scrubby bushes.
Sure. So this is ants.
Ooh, keep your eye on the gypsies, Graham. I don't trust them.
Alright, Cedric. Can we talk to this animal?
The ox's mouth is too full of grass to even attempt a conversation with Graham.
So they give you the magical white snake to let you talk to animals, but there's been like 3 animals out of at least 10 so far that the game has let us actually talk to.
The sullen man doesn't appear to be the conversational sort.
Alright, we get our fortune told.
It will cost you 1 gold coin to see Madamushka.
1 gold coin. Well, will you take this honeycomb?
That is not a gold coin.
Alright. You got me there. Okay. it's time for everybody's favorite part of King's Quest V. Let's see. All right.
There's nothing but a hot, dry desert for the West. Most people avoid it because there are bandits out there. Ooh, if you insist on going, I'll wait for you here.
Okay. We just got desert. Just mark it as D on my map because most of these screens are just going to be desert.
Rocky cliffs rise high above Graham's head. Looking to the south, the desert seems to extend forever.
So this is another point in the game where they needed to stretch this game out a bit. So this whole part of the game is quite something. Yeah, the guy with the chin is Quest for Glory 4. Yep. That's the other appearance of gypsies in the Quest games. I don't recall any in Space Quest. And the hot desert sun beats down on Graham. He's getting thirsty, I think is what that says. I haven't been keeping track of screens at all. I actually don't know what screen I'm on. I think this is 7 screens over. Okay.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Okay. So this is some sort of temple thing in the desert.
From across the desert sands, Graham can hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats.
Hoofbeats? Well, I'm sure it's...
A spy! Get him!
Never trust a bad guy, Graham.
How are you... Okay. So how are you supposed to know what the bad guy is?
From a...
Oh, okay. So what you have to do is you gotta hide behind this thing.
Open sesame!
Alright. So he has his staff thing, he knocks on it and says open sesame. Okay. And they go riding off to the left.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Okay. So if we go up to here.
Carved into the rocky cliffs, an ancient temple towers above Graham as he surveys its ornate columns and friezes. Stone statues of Pegasus seem to guard the old crumbling temple. Looming majestically before him, the massive temple door beckons tantalizingly to Graham.
Open sesame!
The temple door won't open. Perhaps there's something missing.
Okay.
Open sesame! Open sesame!
Alright. So clearly we need something else to get through there. Alright, and then the bandits went to the west of here. But I'm pretty sure that if we do go west of here, I'm going to turn up the game speed even more. So there's D for desert. 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 Hey, more desert. Prize.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
And soon? Well, don't think that's going to happen. So clearly, wherever the dudes on horses went.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
Alright, so this is where the real fun of King's Quest V is. The desert. Okay, so if we head straight south from here, what do we got? So what triggers the thirst in this is not the amount of time you spend in the desert, but how many screens you go through. Desert. Hello, Dark Holy. I am doing Peace Explosion
and
still.
choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
Right,
he must drink, and soon.
No more speedruns, but we are doing Peace Explosion. I'm about halfway-ish through Kodelka right now, which is game number 191. Alright, so this is still desert. Okay. The desert, a lot larger than...
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
I gotta save with the speed turned up here. And I'll have to keep resetting up. Okay, so as far as the desert goes, so we're currently here. The gypsy count is way back over there. So somewhere in this enormous desert area is where the the plot stuff is. And that is part of the amazing fun challenge of this part of the game is you just have to map out the desert and find where all the oases are. Call this one Desert 2. Desert 2, more desert. Still more desert. So luckily, the desert is exactly the same every time you play the game. So in something like a speedrun... Okay, so this is skeleton. So there's a skeleton here and a shoe.
Uh-oh. A picked clean and sun-bleached skeleton lies in the sand of the hot, dry desert. What happened? Who can say? But it makes Graham uneasy nevertheless.
Who can say? He died and left a shoe here.
An old shoe lies forgotten near the poor skeleton.
Was he killed with the shoe? So right here, this shoe is really important in this game.
Uneasily, Graham reaches down and removes the old shoe from the desert sand.
Okay, so we got a shoe, but we can't drink a shoe. So we still have to solve our whole dying problem. Dying in the desert problem. So south of the skeleton is Haymore Desert. Oh man, the cobbler. That's why he went out of business. He's paying off the local.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
Okay, so this is
and soon
oasis. All right. So we found an oasis. So a screen to the east and then south. Or got us a skeleton.
Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
And then there's an oasis right here. So we can use this as a exploration launching point. So hey, south of the oasis, more desert. So we can explore even further south. Now that we drank water. And I happen to know from having played this game many, many times that the camp we're looking for is in the far southwest. It's like at the very edge of where you can go in the desert.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
All right, so if we go west from here, we got desert. And then death.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun. If only he could have found an oasis. Dying
if
for
only.
a drink, Graham?
Alright, so if we restore from the oasis. So if we go a screen to the west from here, and then south. So we know that this is desert. And this one here is desert. So this is where we died previously when we came down this far, because we didn't have a nearby oasis. So this screen down here we have not been to. So that's desert. And then this screen...
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham.
Also desert.
He must drink, and soon.
So if we go west from here... There's nothing. And then there's death.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
So this is...
If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
This is as far as we've been able to go from here. So assuming this is an oasis up here, this is kind of the maximum amount of screens we can do. So we can make it to like this screen without dying. And this one, I guess, but we can go no further from there. So this is kind of how you have to. This is how you have to King's Quest 5. All right. So if we go south from here, or the next screen, desert. This is top tier gameplay from the brilliant mind.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
Okay, I think we're on this screen. Okay.
Too late. Graham collapses and dies of extreme thirst in the hot desert sun.
Oh, man.
If only he could have found an oasis. Dying for a drink, Graham?
King's Quest 5, folks. Okay, so if we... This is a very Quest for Glory song, by the way. Alright. West, and then another screen west, and then we hook south. Okay. And then this screen here.
The hot sun and choking sands are taking their toll on Graham. He must drink, and soon.
And if we go west of here, there's still nothing. So if we go a screen to the left of here, it will kill us. So if we go to the north. Okay. So this is the bandit camp. And the way you find this is pretty much exactly how I did it. You just have to get out the graph paper and do all this shit. And we're not even done with the desert yet. This is like half of the desert. So, oh boy. All right.
With disgust, Graham looks at a drunken bandit lying face down in the desert sand, completely passed out.
Okay. Okay. Let's get some water first. They have this rock pizza.
Life-giving water.
Cooking.
Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Can we talk to the camel? I love the talking sound effects. Alright. We cannot talk to the camel. Can we talk to the horses? Here's another 4 animals that we can't talk to with our magic white snake.
The bandits would notice if the camel was disturbed.
Dang it. Yeah, we gotta make sure to kick over the motorcycles. Alright, let's go hang out with the bandits.
An intruder!
That wasn't a very smart move, Graham.
Okay. Nice going, Graham. Alright, can we walk in the fire pizza over here?
Fire, all but forgotten, has been reduced to a pile of glowing embers. Phew! Holding his nose against the drunken bandit's pungent odor, Graham quickly searches him, but doesn't find anything of importance.
Alright.
There doesn't seem to be any activity within the smaller tent.
Okay.
Snoring loudly upon a beautiful carpet lies a sleeping bandit. Assorted odds and ends clutter the inside of this small tent, while upon a lovely carpet sleeps another of the despicable renegades.
Alright, let's grab this thing.
Taking care to be very quiet, Graham reaches out and takes the staff into his possession.
Who are you? A spy!
That wasn't a very smart move for Graham to make.
Nice job, Graham. So you can't get too close to the sleepy guy.
Taking care to be very quiet.
Alright, then you gotta go around that. Okay. Might as well drink.
Ah, life-giving water. Nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Alright, so there's 2 things we have to get in the desert, I think. If I remember correctly. So we need to have the shoe. We need to get the stuff in the temple. But I could have sworn there was another thing we needed here. But until we figure that out, I'm just going to head back to the Oasis. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 to the east. and then one north. And this should be the oasis. Okay.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods. Graham can now feel strength and renewal flowing through him.
Okay. And then if we head north until we hit the mountains, and then that'll take us to back to the treasure place. So yeah, I'm trying to remember. There's two more oases in the desert here. And I could have sworn there was another item in the desert besides the shoe. But I can't remember.
The hot sun and choking...
Yeah, hot sun. Okay, so here's this. I'm pretty sure you don't have to hide again.
Ah.
Alright, Desert Temple. Okay, so this next part here. Gotta look at the shoe first.
The worn old shoe is cracked and dry from the desert sun. The jeweled staff is obviously the work of an expert craftsman.
Alright.
Open sesame! Oh no! The staff broke.
Alright. Look at all this cool treasure.
Treasure? Treasure piled everywhere. The sparkling brilliance of it overwhelms Graham as he peers around the temple's dim interior. A single gold coin, separated from the rest of the treasure, lies on the floor near the door.
Okay.
Near the temple door sits an old, tarnished brass bottle.
Let's go get this treasure.
Hurry! The exit door is about to close.
Oh, well.
Cheer up, Graham. At least you can practice your game of tiddlywinks.
Alright. Or tiddlywinks.
Open sesame! Oh no! The staff broke.
Bending down, Graham hurriedly picks up the gold coin from the temple floor. Quickly, Graham grabs the old brass bottle.
Okay. And then there's nothing else obvious.
Close.
Okay.
The staff lies in several broken pieces on the temple steps. The staff is broken and is of no use anymore.
Okay. Alright, I think that's all we have to do in the desert.
Ah, life-giving water, nectar of the gods.
Okay. Alright. Back to Cedric. I still get the feeling there's something else I need in the desert, but what it is, I can't remember. So we'll just keep going until we run into something that makes me remember that, oh, we needed this one thing. So the gold coin is enough for the fortune telling from Madame Babushka, or whatever her name is. So get ready for some gypsies. Alright, made it out the desert. It's cartoon time.
Well, there you are. I was just starting to get concerned.
Don't worry about me, Cedric. I'm used to this kind of thing.
Yeah. He's used to wandering aimlessly. All right, warning. This cartoon features things that information needed to complete this game.
It will cost you 1 gold coin to see Madame Mushka.
All right, Madame Mushka.
It is a shiny gold coin. This is an old, tarnished brass bottle.
Okay.
You may see Madame Mushka now.
Warning. This cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
Why would you want to ever skip these, though?
So, you are here to see Madame Mushka, no? Well, come closer. Sit down. I will tell you your fortune. Already I can tell that you are on a quest of great urgency. We will see what we can find out for you. Look, Ingram. Look into the crystal ball.
Look, Mananan. Look what I have for you.
Mananan.
Take a good look at what you did to my brother, Alexander. Because of you, he's doomed to spend the rest of his days as a cat, and there's nothing I can do about it. But you can do something about it. Since you're the one that did this to him, you're the only one who can turn him back again. Back to the wizard Mananan.
Alexander!
I don't know how, Mordak. I'm not a wizard. I just happened to stumble across some magic spells and accidentally turned your brother into a cat.
Accidentally?
I didn't mean it. Please believe me, Mordak. I don't know how to turn him back into a wizard.
You're holding out on me, little man. You're taking advantage of my good nature, but not for long. If I don't get a change of tune from you soon, I'll feed your family to the cat, starting with your dear mother. Remember what I said. I'll only give you a little more time to decide before your family becomes cat food.
That is all. But I see that your mission is very dangerous indeed. I will give you something to help you. Here, wear this. It is a magic amulet. It will protect you against all but the most powerful magic. Good luck, King Graham. Be careful. That Mordak is a bad one.
Thank you, Madame Mushka.
Okay. So, yeah, if you recall from our King's Quest 3 playthrough, when we were playing as Prince Alexander, we turned Mananan into a cat about halfway through the game. And that has come back to haunt us.
Madame Mushka is tired. No more for today.
Alright. Okay. So if we go back to the gypsy screen, they're still there. Interesting. Okay.
A graceful weeping willow tree grows beside a small pond created from her tears. In her branch-like arms she clutches a beautiful harp as a child would a cherished toy.
Her tears?
Miss Willow?
Yes?
You can talk?
Why, of course I can. What did you expect?
Well, I've never seen a talking tree before. What's wrong?
Everything's wrong, can't you tell? I'm not really a tree. I'm really a princess. You see, my fiancé and I were walking through this wood when a nasty old witch came along and was instantly charmed by my handsome prince. When he naturally refused her advances, she jealously banished him to a faraway land and turned me into a tree. Then she stole my heart.
Stole your heart?
Yes. She turned my heart to gold and took it away with her. The only way I can become human again is to have my heart brought back. Now, all I have to cheer me up is my harp. It's quite magical, you know. It plays the sweetest music you've ever heard.
Oh?
Now please, leave me alone in my sorrow.
Oh, what a sad song she plays. Let's try to cheer her up, Graham.
I had no idea that was in the game. That there was an actual digitized song. Okay.
The sign seems self-explanatory enough. Enter at your own risk. An old hollow log lies in a small clearing before the gloomy forest.
Back to the east is Crispin's house.
Thanks, Cedric. It's on my map that is where Cedric's house is. Wizard's house. Sure. So this is clearly a dangerous place. So forest entrance. Okay.
The amulet is attached to a soft leather thong.
I see. Alright, can we use this sweet lamp?
Ah, freedom at last! Now you spend the next 500 years in a bottle.
Graham should know better than to keep things bottled up inside.
Alright. So we can't use that. Okay.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm not going in there. Can't you read the sign?
Come on, Cedric. There might be something important in here.
Go if you want to. I'll wait here.
Come on, Cedric.
It seems to Graham that there is an unusually large number of toads in this forest.
Alright. Sure. Yeah, Cedric is... He's not the most courageous owl. Oh, man.
Strange plants and animals inhabit this dark and dreary place, while thin rays of sunlight barely break the surface of the forest's thick foliage.
It's the Sarlacc.
A large, rock-like creature blocks further passage to the west.
Okay.
That old witch caught Graham totally off guard.
Alright. Yeah, this is the screen from the box, you're right. Okay, so in order to not get blown up by the witch, you have to do this, I think?
The magic amulet begins to glow softly as Graham slips it over his head. He then carefully tucks the amulet into the front of his tunic, hiding it from sight.
Yeah, so you have to equip the amulet on yourself.
To Graham's great relief, it appears that the witch's magic has been stopped by the amulet he is wearing, just as Madame Mushka said it would. Of all the ugly hags Graham has seen in his life, this is by far the ugliest.
Okay.
What are you doing in my forest, young man? Don't you know you're trespassing?
Oh, I didn't know this was a private forest. Do you own it?
Of course I own it. It's mine. And what did you do to my magic? Huh?
I don't think you need to know. Now tell me something. How does one leave this confusing forest?
I'll never tell. I'm afraid you're stuck, dearie. Now you're my prisoner.
We'll see about that.
Yes, won't we?
All right, so So here's what happens if you try and leave the forest. So we went to the left, but we're back on this screen. And now we're over here. So if we go north to the house. So we're still at our house screen. If we go south again. Okay, this is actually working as it should. But if we go left. And this is where the entrance to the forest would be, right? So if we went right from here, this is not the entrance to the forest. So if you enter the forest with the amulet, but without this, though you should have both, right? It's a soft lock.
What's this?
Ah, freedom at last! Now you spend the next 500 years in a bottle.
Good. That old witch won't be seen here for a long time. But now, how to get out of this dreadful forest?
Okay, so that's how you get rid of the witch, at least. And then, so you're still kind of stuck in the forest, but now we can go to the witch's house, and there's the Shenmue door sound. Okay. So no audio plays in here for some reason. I think
Graham spies a small drawer built into the trunk of a tree, which pokes awkwardly through the wall of the house. A small leather pouch is tucked away in the drawer. Graham reaches to the drawer and removes the leather pouch.
And then you gotta kind of pay attention here. So right on this lantern thing, on the left side of it, there is a pixel. There's 3 pixels that are different, that light up. And you have to notice that there's 3 pixels that light up.
What's this? Why, it's a little key.
It's a little key. Huh.
A small, intricate spinning wheel is put away in the trunk.
Okay. Spinning wheel.
Reaching a hand into the trunk, Graham retrieves the small spinning wheel.
Okay. Go upstairs.
The old witch's house has been crudely fashioned from an old tree trunk and salvaged stone. Being cold and creepy, Graham finds he would just as soon hurry up and leave. The old witch's house has been crudely...
So yeah, there's multiple instances in this game where there are crucial items you need to get that the only tell for them being there is, like, sometimes 1 pixel is different. In this case, it was 3 pixels. Which, in the case of the earlier King's Quest games, you could at least do a look around command, and it would describe something as being different. But in this game, if you don't spot it, then you got no luck of getting it.
A small door built into the trunk of a large twisted tree catches Graham's attention.
Okay.
Graham tugs firmly on the door in the tree, but finds it securely locked.
Alright, securely locked. Which is why we need that key right there.
Graham finds that the little key fits perfectly in this lock. Graham is charmed to find a little golden heart inside the door of the twisted old tree.
Okay. We get our chocolate heart.
Reaching into the little door of the tree, Graham extracts the little golden heart.
Alright, so we got pretty much everything we need in the forest, but now we gotta escape the forest. And going left here normally would have let us leave the forest, but we got nothing right now. So this is another instance where if you came to the forest unprepared, you would softlock here. You'd just be stuck. So we got some eyes back here in the background.
Strange plants and animals inhabit this dark and dreary place, while thin rays of sunlight barely break the surface of the forest's thick foliage.
So, if we open this...
Upon opening the leather pouch, Graham discovers 3 sparkling emeralds.
Alright, 3 emeralds. So, if we drop the emeralds on the ground...
Drat. Just missed him.
Drat. So if you did that, that's a death. There's no escaping the forest from there. It's not an official death in terms of like the game giving you a game over screen, but it is a death. So what you're actually supposed to do is if you're supposed to come into the forest with the honeycomb, because you have to use the honeycomb on the ground like
Graham
this.
Squeezes the honeycomb as hard as he can, which causes the honey to drip out of it onto the ground, creating a sticky little puddle at his feet. Now all that's left of the honeycomb is a piece of beeswax, which Graham puts back in his pocket.
And then...
Upon opening the leather pouch, Graham discovers 3 sparkling emeralds.
And then you do this. So, like, King's Quest 1 had a few soft locks. King's Quest 2 had, like, 1. 3... Like, the whole first half of the game was a soft lock, essentially. Because of the wizard stuff.
Please, let me go! I beg of you!
But
Why
this
should
game...
I do that?
Man.
What will you do for me?
I'll show you the way out of the forest, if you let me go.
How do I know I can trust you?
I give you my word. An elf never breaks his word.
Well, it's against my better judgment, but okay.
Move over, Rocky. You're in our way.
Sorry.
Sure. Alright.
Follow me! In here!
Alright. Warning. This cartoon contains information you need to beat the game.
Warning. This cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
Hey! Over here! I've got something for you. I never take anything without giving in return. For your generosity in giving me those exquisite emeralds, I give you my finest pair of shoes. May they help you in your quest.
the way out of the dark forest.
Thank you very much for all your help. I'm sure I'll be able to find a use for these fine shoes.
Yeah, Graham is kind of jacked. I was thinking that too. Jesus. Doesn't look like it in this far away sprite, but man, the close-up King Graham.
Oh, I'm glad to see you're okay. I was beginning to worry.
You were right not to want to venture in that dark forest, Cedric. I thought I'd never get out of there alive.
All right, course complete. So we got the heart back for the Willow, but we gotta go see what's up with this guy first.
Excuse me, young man. Sorry to bother you, but I couldn't help but notice you sitting there on that log. I was wondering if there was anything wrong.
Why, yes. As a matter of fact, there is. I've been searching everywhere for my fiancée. She's a beautiful princess with long golden tresses, fetching blue eyes, and smooth creamy skin. Have you seen her anywhere about?
Nope.
No, sorry, I haven't seen anyone like that.
Can't say they have.
That's what I figured. No one has seen her. I bet that a witch who lives in the dark forest had something to do with her disappearance.
I'll keep an eye out for her. If I see her, I'll let her know you're looking for her.
I would appreciate that. Well, I guess I'd better get back to looking for her. I'm not ever going to find her just sitting around here. Thanks for your concern.
Oh, and then he does leave. Interesting. I thought he just sits there and mopes for the game. Okay, so we haven't been to the screen to the left of us. The screen south of here is the bakery.
An old grandfather gnome sits contentedly on an old stump and smokes a large pipe while watching his grandson at play.
Okay.
Sitting on a stool in front of his house, a young gnome happily plays with an exquisite marionette. Cedric is too busy looking around and doesn't seem to be paying any attention to Graham at the moment.
Excuse me, sir. Oh, I'm terribly sorry to bother you. I was just noticing your son's marionette. It's very interesting. Where did you get it?
Sure.
It's grandson, not son, and I made it for him. Why do you care?
I just wanted to comment on its artistry. It's very well done. I don't suppose it could be bought.
If it could, the price would be very steep. I reckon you couldn't afford it. Now, leave me and my grandson be.
Don't talk to me or my grandson ever again.
Graham attempts to speak to the young gnome, but the boy seems to be very shy and doesn't answer.
Alright, do we have anything that we could barter? Would you like this old boot?
I don't take charity, young man. I got everything I need. Where did you get this? I thought I had lost it.
Oh, is it yours? I found it in the old witch's house in the dark forest.
Okay.
So that's where it got to. The old hag took it, eh? You know, this ain't an ordinary spinning wheel.
It's not? What's so special about it?
Why, this spinning wheel can spin straw into gold, that's what. Except you've got to know how to use it. I doubt even the witch could figure that out. Thank you for bringing it back to me.
Now wait, not so fast. How about that marionette? Don't you think the price of the spinning wheel is worth at least twice that of the puppet? I'd love to have it.
Yeah, I guess so. Boy, give that marionette to the man here. I'll make you a new one. Come on, boy. Let's gather up some wood for a new puppet.
He's got swag walk out of there. Okay. Alright, we got a heart just for you.
My heart, you found it. I don't need this old thing anymore. Look at me, I'm a princess again. Herbert!
Alicia.
Well, Graham has the chest of unlimited gold already at Daventry.
Where have you been all this time, my love?
So naturally, he
darling.
doesn't need it.
Just take me home. I'll tell you on the way.
That's one of the 3 treasures of Daventry. Come on, Hidden. Pay attention, man. Come on. He doesn't need to spin straw into gold. He just goes
Now,
over to
why
his
would
chest.
she toss aside this beautiful harp? Well, if she doesn't want it, I'll take it.
Roberta put together all this hot lore. Save tree. This original story, do not steal. Okay, so we got...
It is a small harp of beautifully carved mahogany.
So I think at this point, if we go over to this screen... Yeah, okay. And then...
A tambourine lies on the ground near the abandoned gypsy encampment.
Okay. Free tambourine. It's not nailed down, so therefore...
Not seeing the tambourine's owner, Graham bends down and rescues it from the ground.
Ah, he rescued it. Sure. Okay. So this is the elf screen. I don't think there's anything more we can do with the ants for now. So... I'm pretty sure if we go to the inn right now... Oh yeah, there's also this. I'm not sure how you would ever know to do this in the game, besides having the hint book or clicking everything, but this is a thing.
Graham watches with surprise as a contingent of ants marches into the haystack and begins to swarm through it.
Get ready for this jam.
I'm glad to see there was a way that we could be of help to you. Look here. We found a golden needle in the haystack. I'd like to present it to you. Perhaps you can find a use for it.
Why, thank you, King Antony. I'm honored.
Good luck in your travels, King Graham. And be careful.
Okay. Got a golden needle.
This is a large golden needle.
Alright, so the 3 shops in town. You think a gold needle, probably for the tailor. A really nice toy for the toy shop. And some sweet shoes for the shoe shop. And now, I mentioned soft locks earlier. Get ready for probably one of the dumbest ones in the game. So, I'm going to load up one of the early saves that we did. So, let's say on the bear screen here. So this is after we save the bear and all we have is a stick, a pie, honeycomb, and a wand. Okay? I'm going to turn the speed up here. Alright, so I'm going to walk back this way. So this is like right at the beginning of the game. So say you're just wandering around the town. in early King's Quest V. So we're back in front of the bakery again. And we're walking this way. And
Suddenly, frantic squeakings alert Graham to a mangy cat chasing a terrified rat.
So there's a cat chasing a rat. So there's the bakery cat chasing the rat there. This is at the very beginning of the game. So the cat catches the rat and then runs off. So if that happened and you weren't prepared for it, it's a soft lock. And this can happen right at the beginning of the game, and you'd never know it until you needed to advance the plot. That right there is a soft lock. So what you actually have to do is do the entire part in the desert. You have to get the shoe in the middle of the desert, just like literally in the middle of the desert. This random shoe in the desert. And then have it with you as you're here.
Suddenly, frantic squeakings alert Graham to a mangy cat chasing a terrified rat.
And then you have to take this old shoe and throw it at the cat.
Oh, thank you, good sir. You saved my life. My children and I will never forget your kindness. Maybe someday I'll be able to return the favor. Oh, I hear my children calling. Goodbye, until we meet again.
So we saved the rat. The rat is now our friend. But if you didn't do that and you didn't know that was a thing, have fun. So this is why a blind playthrough this game is just... I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. Because there are so many situations in this game where you can't progress the plot and you'd never know it until you were just completely stuck later in the game. And it's so stupid. Alright. So now that we did that, so now that we saved the rat, so here's the purpose of why we saved the rat. So now, if we go into here...
Ooh, I'll wait for you out here. I don't like that place.
You know that job we pulled you?
Yeah, okay. So we've already heard this. Rub 'em out.
Diana's full, ain't got no more rooms.
Hey, boss, this guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him?
Rub 'em out.
Rub 'em out. Okay, so we've...
Struggle as he might, Graham could not escape his bonds.
So we've already seen this before. But here's the difference. So because we saved the rat, this happens.
I told you I'd repay your kindness when you saved me from that horrible cat. Good luck, friend.
Yep. Okay.
Graham stoops down and picks up the sturdy rope from the stone floor.
Okay.
Graham has unfortunately found himself locked in the country inn's dusty, dirty cellar. A rusty padlock securing the door prevents Graham from leaving the cellar.
Oh, that's right.
A rusty padlock.
We also can't do this yet either. So I did this out of order, and this is also a soft lock. So we don't have anything in our inventory to deal with the padlock. So that is a death. So I don't think the game even tells you, but that's a soft lock. You can't escape that room. All right, so what we need to do now is go back into town. Like that's how wild the soft locks are in this game. Like I can't even remember all of them. That's how bullshit this game is. All right.
May I help you, sir?
Does this count as replayability? Not really. And also, I think just a normal playthrough of this game is a 100% playthrough, I think.
My golden needle! Wherever did you find it?
It was in a haystack by the country inn.
By the inn? Oh yes, I remember visiting there not long ago. Oh, vulgar man, that innkeeper. He has no scruples at all.
Well, I'm glad to see you've got your golden needle back. I wonder, could you possibly see fit to give me that wonderful cloak in exchange for it?
The cloak? Well, why not? It's yours. For the price of a golden needle.
Thank you, kind sir. I'm sure it will help me on my travel.
I'm sure it will. Good luck. Au revoir.
We've gotten like 3 shures in one scene. 5 shures total, just from the tailor. Okay, so that's the tailor done.
Come on in, look around. Let me know if you're interested in anything.
Alright, so the giveaway here is that there's marionettes and she likes dolls. So, marionette.
Look in the trunk upstairs. I think I put them there.
I must have clicked exactly when there was a line that guy said.
I'll do that.
Alright, I'm gonna click. So I think something screwed up because I clicked. I used the item right on the guy when the other guy appeared, so.
Grandpapa,
Yeah, my darling?
can I keep this doll? I really like her.
Now, Katrina, you know these toys are for sale for other kinder. Besides, you...
Alright,
We've already heard this.
I'll take
So
care of her.
it's not a long pause, it's that the game glitched. Because I used the item at the same time as an event
Oh,
happening.
did you get this wunderbar marionette? The craftsmanship is excellent.
Well, I don't know if you'll believe me or not, but I got it from a little gnome.
I must have it. Can I buy it from you?
Actually, you may have it if you'll give me the sled in trade.
Why, of course. But I must tell you, I think I'm getting the better deal. I can always make another sled, but finding another marionette of this quality... Ich weiß nicht.
So, can I have the sled?
Yeah, take it, it's yours.
Oh, we're starting to get
Thank you very much. I think I'll find this sled very useful.
the noise in the left audio channel.
You enjoy it, and danke for the marionette.
So I know how to fix the noise now, but I need to turn my computer off and pull a wire in order to fix that. And it'll also...
It's you again, is it? We still don't have any shoes for sale.
It'll also mess up the audio for something else. Okay. How can I fix that? Let's see. So I think I had to switch it to away from digital. All right, we'll do this on the fly. So it's plug in this into speaker. Change this to feed 3, and then I need to mute. All right, we'll save this. So here you can probably hear it in the left audio channel here. There's like this kind of rustling sound going on. That's actually a ground loop happening.
Do you really?
In my PC. So I need to go into here and then set this to analog. Okay. And then I need to mute toss link. Okay. And then we should be good on audio now. Okay. Because I don't particularly want to listen to that wrestling sound. It's probably way louder for me than it is for you guys, but I don't want to listen to it. Okay. So we'll switch back to analog audio. Not that it's that big of a difference, so. we can't hear this compressed to hell voices.
Have you previously played King's Quest V?
Okay, everything else is still good. And we're not getting the rustling sound in the left channel anymore. Okay. Okay. So the cobblers... Give them...
What have we here? Mama, take those shoes from the young man. Let me see them. These are the finest pair of shoes I've ever seen. The leather is soft and pliable, yet sturdy. The craftsmanship of these shoes are superb. And Mama, look at the solid gold buckle. Why, I could retire from the sale of these shoes.
Then the shoes are yours. I don't think I could find a better use for them.
You are a god, said young man. How can we ever repay you?
You don't need to repay me. Just knowing I helped you is enough for me.
Well, it ain't much, but it's all I've got to give. Here, take my cobbler's hammer. Perhaps you can find a use for it. Since I'll be retiring, I won't need it anymore. Thanks to you.
Why, thank you. A hammer could be very useful on my journey.
Maybe. Maybe there's an old lock.
There, young man. We'll never forget this.
That's right, son. We'll finally be able to retire in comfort. You'll be in our hearts from now on. Come on, Mama, let's go home. Let's celebrate our good fortune.
Oh, and the dog leaves too. Can't pet the dog. So yeah. Yeah, that... It's kind of weird when they move this game to a cursor-based interface. It lost the flexibility that the older games in the series had for solutions to puzzles and any sort of like creativity you could have used for things. Though I know it was still a limited amount of solutions for things, but it felt like there was more player agency in like solving puzzles and all that. So here, we're back here again.
I'll wait for you.
So we had to save the rat, and then we had to get the cobbler's hammer. This thing.
A cobbler would normally use this small hammer to make shoes.
Oh. That made the music... It set the music down to 0 for some...
You know that job.
Okay.
Diana's.
Hey, boss, this guy looks like a real troublemaker. What do you want me to do with him?
Rub him out.
Okay.
Struggle as he might, Graham could not escape his bonds.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like with using the sword on the snake in this game, all you can do with that is select the sword from your inventory and then click on the snake. And then save for like the board thing in King's Quest IV.
Graham stoops down.
Like in this game, you would just go in your inventory, select the board, and then just click. But in King's Quest IV, the Perils of Rosella, you had to specifically say lay board. You can't do use board or put board. It's got to be lay board. And that's something that you're missing in something like this. Okay, so here's why we need the hammer.
Using the cobbler's hammer, Graham pounds on the rusty padlock until it breaks apart.
Okay. Alright, and then... Then in here... Okay. So the entire reason that you want access to this area...
Inside the cupboard, Graham sees a large, juicy leg of lamb.
Is for this.
Reaching into the open cupboard, Graham pulls out the savory leg of lamb.
Oh, and also the rope, too. Which I think I picked up, yeah. Okay, so... Now that we got that... If we go back into here... Hey, guys!
We gotta plan our next job, you guys. Hey! How did you get out of the cellar?
Rub 'em out.
This time, rub 'em out for good.
That wasn't a very smart move.
And you get bonked. Okay. And that's why you gotta go out through the back door.
Finding the kitchen door locked, Graham unlocks it before going outside.
Okay, so we got that and the rope. Okay. So with all that complete, that's I think that's everything you can do in the town. I still can't shake the feeling that there's something I forgot to do in the desert. And I'm sure I'll find out at like the end of the game probably, but sure. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. All right. So I'm still pretty sure that the snake can talk to you. So if we
A large, venomous snake blocks Graham's passage to the east.
I could have sworn the snake goes like, "Stay away," or something like that.
Stay away. This is my path.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you have to use the hand icon on it. And if you say talk...
In silence, the large serpent eyes Graham menacingly.
Yeah, so for some reason, the talk command doesn't let you talk to the snake.
Stay away.
And you have to use the hand command. That's got to be a bug. Alright, snake, would you like this sled?
That won't convince the snake to leave.
Snake, how would you like a pie?
That won't convince the snake to leave.
Okay. Alright, how about this? So there's 3 items here that look pretty much the same. So this tambourine, the pie, and then the honeycomb. Sure.
Begone, you slithery varmint! Scat!
Yep. Snakes are afraid of tambourine music. Sure. Okay, so that leaves the path clear. Head into the mountains.
A few hours later...
Alright, a few hours later in the mountains.
Graham begins to shiver at the sudden drop in temperature.
So it's very cold in the mountains, so we got shivering Graham. Nope, we can't fall off the ledge there. What about here?
No, stay away from the edge!
Uh-oh. That last step was a doozy.
We get extremely loud Graham scream. Alright.
A few hours later...
Alright, so Graham is cold. But we're not going to do anything about that right
Graham
now.
begins to shiver at the sudden drop in temperature.
Yep, some good old classic Sierra will wake you right up. That should be your text notification. Alright, up the path. Okay. Alright, so clearly we got to get up there.
The remains of an old tree poke out of the mountainside near an upper ledge. Graham notices a rock overhang near an upper ledge. Cedric seems to be quietly contemplating their current situation, and so is not inclined to indulge in conversation right now.
I see. Alright, what if we climb on up there? Oh.
Well, Graham, how How does it feel to be a popsicle?
Sure. Alright, so in order to fix the being cold problem, we needed this from the tailor.
Graham dons his warm cloak for protection against the freezing mountain air.
Alright. So we got our Lando cape on. This can hold no more save games, okay? Not a valid directory. God. Alright, hold up. I gotta Alt-Tab out. Go to my save directory. And then make a... These are all the save files. KQ5SG dot all those. We need new folder. Let's make one, and then just in case we need another one. Sure. There we go. All right. Mounts in. Okay. All right. So clearly we need to use the rope on this obvious tree over here, which looks very sturdy.
Oh, be careful, Graham!
Thanks for playing King's Quest V.
So you don't even get a fanfare. It's just, well, you done did it. Alright, it's this one.
Graham notices his stomach beginning to rumble with hunger from the exertion of the mountain climb.
Okay. I'm sure we'll be okay, though.
Oh, be careful, Graham!
Alright.
Cedric is too busy.
Cedric is too busy. Alright. And then this amazing part here. So you gotta click.
No, stay away from the edge!
Uh-oh. That last step was a doozy.
It gave up playing the music, it sounds like. So it's you gotta click the top of it?
No, stay away from the edge!
Uh-oh. That last step was a doozy.
It's this one?
No, stay away from the edge!
Uh-oh. That last step.
Alright, maybe we're supposed to eat first. Alright, so we have this sweet custard pie, and we've also got this leg of lamb.
Graham finds the leg of lamb a bit tough, but tasty enough. Filling up quickly, he saves the other half for later.
Alright, so we ate half of the leg of lamb. We'll save there. Maybe it's the hand icon?
Oh, do be careful, Graham!
Okay. And then that one. Alright, we did it. Okay. Did it. Now.
Cedric!
Okay, so here is a screen that is potentially problematic. So I remember the game used to crash right here. So this is what we need the sled for, by the way. So let's see what happens if we follow the wolf down here. Okay.
step was a doozy.
So, hey, if only we had a sled to... Also, I just noticed that Cedric's palette changes when he gets eaten by the wolf. Alright. So we have to use the sled here. And the game might crash. Hopefully it doesn't, but it might. At the end of the sled ride, it used to crash. Back in the day. So not only would Graham crash, but...
My sled is broken.
But so would the game. Okay, we good. Alright. Okay.
Graham's sled lies in several broken pieces on the eastern side of the icy crevasse.
Alright, so here's this eagle.
A shivering eagle perches weakly upon a small rock. Despite his own problems, Graham's heart goes out to the poor thing.
What's wrong, Mr. Eagle?
I'm so weak from hunger. I haven't been able to catch any food for days. I can barely fly anymore.
I'd like to help you. Let me see what I can do.
Thank you. I need food.
So, if you ate all of your leg of lamb, this is a soft lock. If you give the eagle the custard pie, which I think is something you can do.
Here, take this.
Yeah.
Perhaps it will help you.
So this is a soft lock. If you give the eagle the pie, which the game lets you do.
You are a kind man to share your meager food with a poor bird, especially up here in these snowy mountains.
Well, I couldn't just stand there and let you starve to death. What kind of person would I be?
You have shown yourself to be a kind, compassionate man, and I will not forget what you did for me. Goodbye, dear friend.
Okay. So, right there, that's a soft lock. If you give the eagle your custard pie, you'll see why later. And if you ate both halves of the leg of lamb before this part, then it's game over, and you wouldn't know it until much later. You have to give the eagle this.
Perhaps it will help you.
You are a kind man to share your meager...
Alright, it's the same dialogue, so we'll just skip that. Alright, so we save the eagle. Now we've got this area.
I am Queen Isabella, and you have entered my domain now. I command you to kneel before me. Since both you and your friend over there have so thoughtlessly invaded my territory without my permission or knowledge, I have decided you shall both be put to death. Take him away, my pet.
Alright. So you have access to your inventory for this part here. And if you don't do anything until right there...
It's a dog-eat-dog world out there.
Then that happens. So luckily the game kind of indicates that you could do something there. But you do have to figure it out. So, if you made it this far
Queen Isabella,
without a certain item,
my domain now.
then it's
I
GG.
command you to kneel before me.
But this isn't a dead
over
man
there
walking at
have
least.
so thoughtlessly invaded my territory without my permission or knowledge. I have decided you shall both be put to death. Take him away, my pet.
Actually, it kind of is. So, it's right here. This.
Warning. This cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game. Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
Alright.
Wait, my pet. That was very lovely music. I've never heard anything quite that beautiful before. I think I felt my heart melting. Just a little bit. Just enough, that is, to allow you a chance for your freedom. A vicious Yeti has entered the area and taken up residence in my prized crystal cave. So far, I have been unable to extricate him from either the cave or my territory. If you can rid me of the Yeti, I will release both you and your owl friend, and you two can continue on your journey unhindered. You may rise now. I wish you luck in defeating the Yeti. If you succeed, you will have my undying gratitude. Go with him, Sir Grey Wolf. Show him the way to the Crystal Cave. You may go now. Sir Grey Wolf will lead the way.
Alright. And we get Yoda voice Wolf coming out.
Yonder's the Crystal Cave. There you will find the Yeti.
Yep, we got a new animal, bro. Okay. We talk to him some more.
Sir Wolf, I don't know how you expect me to conquer a Yeti. Why, he's got to be at least twice as big as me, and much, much more powerful. What do you expect me to do?
That is your problem, not mine. It has been decreed by Queen Isabella, and I must carry out her wishes. Now, no more talking. Go to the Crystal Cave.
Alright, can we get past
Savage
Wolf?
Grey Wolf stubbornly blocks Graham's passage back to the Ice Queen's palace. Graham's only option is to go toward a distant cave, where the dreaded Yeti can be found. The savage...
Okay. Alright. So.
What an abominable situation Graham has found himself in.
Okay. So, this is why you needed this pie. This custard pie from the practically the start of the game. So if you happen to eat the pie at the beginning of the game when you got it, you wouldn't know it was game over until you got here. Likely multiple hours into your playthrough. Because you get here and then the Yeti would just murder you over and over again. Okay. Into the cave.
Brilliant crystals flashing and sparkling and reflecting off the numerous waterfalls caused Graham to gaze in awe and wonderment at the dazzling spectacle before him.
I really like this screen. I don't know why, but this might be one of my favorite screens in all the Sierra games. So I just really like this screen. Pretty screen.
One particularly brilliant crystal catches Graham's attention among all the other glittering crystals in the cave.
All right. So this particular crystal. Actually, he just slaps at it.
As strong as he is, even Graham can't break the stubborn crystal with his bare hands.
All right. So King Graham is jacked, but not that jacked because he can't break crystal with his bare hands.
So very gently, Graham hits the beautiful crystal several times with his hammer until it breaks loose in one piece. He then carefully places it among his other possessions.
Okay. Alright, that's what we need there. And then you gotta be very careful not to fall off the ledge at this part, which is definitely can happen.
I see that the Yeti is dead. Queen Isabella will be pleased. Come, follow me.
Warning, this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game.
So 2 cartoons in like 5 minutes.
Ah, good. You have returned in victory, I presume.
Yes, Your Majesty. The Yeti is dead. He will no longer be a scourge upon your realm. Are my friend and I free to go now?
Yes, I keep my promises. I want to thank you for ridding my mountain domain of the horrible Yeti. Please rise, King Graham. Yes, I know who you are, and I have been informed of your quest. I do wish you luck against the wizard Mordak. You two may go. We wish you well on your difficult journey. Sir Grey Wolf will show you the way out of the mountains.
Okay. It's south of here, I think. Talk to Wolf again.
Graham's duty's done. The large gray wolf now sits in silence, blocking the passage back to the Ice Queen's palace.
Okay. Oh, miss.
Will we ever find our way out of these mountains, Graham?
I don't know, Cedric. I'm beginning to wonder.
Sure. She'll never notice. She'll never notice.
Graham, watch out!
A poisonous snake. Okay, so this is another point where if you don't do something here, it's a soft lock way later in the game. Right here, this thing.
Graham rescues a lovely golden locket from the leafy clutches of the rock's nest.
So you need to get that locket because reasons. And then here's another potential soft lock situation.
Nice birdie. Good birdie. Gucci Gucci Goo.
Hang on, I'll get you out of this.
So if you didn't feed the eagle before, you just die here. So that's a death we won't be seeing because I'm not going to redo that whole section. Oh no! Classic DOS games. Alright, somebody's leaning on the keyboard here. Alright, we got our first crash of DOS games. Okay. Oh, the sound blaster crashed, I think. Okay. I'm not sure if we're gonna have sound blaster here or not. Yeah, welcome to classic gaming on real hardware. This is what happens. Classic gaming on real hardware. Actually, I think it's just straight up crashed here. Yep. Okay. So this is when we hit Control-Alt-Delete and task. So it completely crashed the sound card and all that. So you can see how long it takes to boot a Windows 98 circa 1999 computer now. Let's put on some music here so you can see the amazing boot process. Yeah, I always had to restart. Yeah, that's what I have to do too. So you can see just how long it takes for Windows 98 to boot. It takes forever on my machine, and it takes even longer because I have a network card in it, and it tries to look for the network stuff while it's booting too. So, yeesh. This is what classic computing used to be like, though. That was actually pretty quick. That was quicker than usual. Yeah, I also do not miss the boot times. This is also booting off of an SSD, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I have an SSD in this thing. So there's actually adapters that you can get for so old hard drives used to be IDE prior to serial ATA. And for about 15 or so bucks, you can actually get a little board that you plug in IDE into. And then you can either have it output to a SATA connector, so you can just slap a regular SSD in there, or you can have it on an SD card, so you can have an SD card reader as your solid state hard drive in your old classic computer. So that's how I have this set up, and you can also do a similar thing with floppy drives. You can use something called a floppy drive emulator to do that. Okay, so see, we don't have the message anymore about our sound hardware is missing, so now we just have to hope the game doesn't crash after the eagle thing. And I think what I have to do to get around that is I have to turn down the detail, I think.
Have you previously played?
Yeah, we played it. So I think this we got to turn down, and then save KQ5 1. Okay, so the detail needs to go all the way down. We need to get this.
Graham.
Okay. And now hopefully the game doesn't crash. I might have to, if it...
Nice.
Okay, we've heard this.
Hang on.
Alright. Come on, King's Quest. You can do it. There we go, okay.
Oh, Graham, where have you been? I've been looking all over for you.
You'd never believe it, Cedric. You'd never believe it.
Alright, we made it. Alright. So we're on the beach now. We got this.
Graham notices a rusty iron bar lying on the sand near the bottom of the windy path.
Okay. Sure. And we got this sweet boat here.
Graham, there's a boat here. Maybe we can use it.
Sure. So yeah, let's use this boat. Take this boat out to sea. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with this boat.
Watch out! There's a hole in the boat!
Help! Help!
Thanks for playing King's Quest 5.
Thanks for playing King's Quest 5. So they have no witty thing to say there about our sinking boat. So there's a hole in the boat. So naturally, you put some beeswax in it.
Firmly, Graham wedges the softened piece of beeswax into the small hole in the boat's hull. Hopefully, the wax will hold and make her seaworthy.
Hopefully. Sure. So I believe for this, you only have to go a few screens to the right, but if you explore a little bit,
Graham, watch out!
a poisonous sea monster.
That was a nasty sea creature.
So yeah, at least they kill you pretty much right away in this. If you try to go off the beaten path too much. So you can pretty much only go left and right. I think this is how you get to it. No.
Watch out!
Okay, it's a screen south.
A nasty sea creature.
I missed it. Okay. We gotta go a screen south, and then to the right. Okay. So I was wondering, I was like, we should have already been to the island by now. That's because I was off by a screen. There we go. Okay, so this was...
Ooh, an island! Perhaps we should explore it!
Yes, I think we should, Cedric.
Ooh, Graham, I don't like the looks of this.
Me neither.
Graham, help me!
Where did you find him, Manada? We found him on the beach. Isn't he luscious? I don't know. He doesn't look like my type. What do you think, Krulina? I think he looks too old and tough.
Alright, so this is the harpies section.
Don't be so picky.
So if we just walk away.
To escape, eh?
Hate to harp on the subject, but Graham was no match for the vicious harpies.
Don't be so picky. I'm tired of fish. I haven't had a man in months. Yes, you did. I saw you steal a man off a raft just last week. Oh, he doesn't count. He was already tipped over by the time I got to him. Well, at least this one's fresh. I don't know about you girls, but I'm ready to eat. Oh, you're always ready to eat. That's why you're so fat. I am not. You are too. I am not. You are too.
Oh, quit arguing, girls. Let's eat.
Okay, so if you take too long on this screen,
Hate to harp on the subject, but
then they get
Graham
you.
was no match for the vicious harpies.
Don't be so picky.
Alright.
I'm tired of fish.
So here is another instance of... Here is 1 pixel down here. This is a required plot thing, and it is 1 pixel. Like, sure, it does sparkle, but there is a 1 pixel item that you need here.
Graham quickly bends down and rescues the fishhook from the ground.
So a fishhook. There's that. And then... I think there's something else we needed here, but...
Graham! Help me!
Cedric, where do you hurt?
Ooh, everywhere!
Okay. We got our little owl buddy. And then here is another thing that's required.
Graham bends over and picks up the beautifully colored shell.
So wait. Oh man, that walking animation from far away is pretty good. So what was it? So I want to point out, back here in this. So on the back of the box, so this scene here was the one with the harpies, and look how enormous Graham is in the art on the back of the box. Like that is clearly not the same. And then here's the forest. Like Graham is like twice as big as he actually is in the game. He's more like this big in the game. So yeah, I wanted to point that out again because that's amazing. Okay. Okay, and then since we're coming towards the screen on the boat, and the island's in the background. So the island's there. So normally when we came to this island, we went left to right. But because the island is north of us right now, we actually need to go south for one screen. And then... No?
That was a nasty sea creature.
Okay. Maybe it is left. Okay, never mind then. Sure. I could have sworn you had to go down to get back, but alright. It's been a while. Okay, then we got...
A crude door has been built into the front of the unusual house. Graham pounds on the door, but he finds it bolted from the inside. He can, however, hear activity within.
Who knocks on a door like that?
Who are you? And what are you doing on my beach?
I'm King Graham of Daventry, and I'm on a journey to find the wizard Mordak's island. But I seem to be stuck. I don't know where to go from here.
Hey, what's that you say?
Just yell at him. Okay, we can't continue talking to him. Alright, can we pound on the door again?
Graham pounds on the door, but he finds it bolted from the inside. He can, however, hear...
You still here?
Please help me. I need your help.
I can't hear you. Can't understand a thing you said. Gotta speak up, boy. Now get out of here.
Alright, so obviously We gotta give him this shell. Obviously.
What's this? Now, what were you wanting?
My owl friend is hurt. He was wounded by the harpies.
Wounded by the harpies, did you say? We'll bring him on into the house. I'll fix him right up. Good as new.
Ah, he's a ventriloquist now.
Lay him on the bed there. These poultices should fix the little feller up good as new.
Don't mind this. I'm sure this is fine.
Ooh, I'm feeling better already. Tell me, what was in those poultices? My employer would be very interested in them.
Hey, what was that?
I said, what was in those poultices? My employer would be interested in them.
Gifts from the sea, lad. Gifts from the sea. Ain't nothing special. You just gotta know how to use them. I don't think you'd find them particularly interesting. Now, son, what was it you were trying to tell me before?
I was trying to find out where the wizard Mordak's island is. He kidnapped my family and is holding them hostage there. I must get to them before it's too late.
Oh, I'm right sorry to hear about that. He's a nasty one, that Mordak. I wouldn't want to tangle with him. I tried to talk you out of going there, except I can see you can't leave your poor defenseless family unaided. I can enlist someone who can lead you straight to his island. Follow me outside.
Oh, uh-oh. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You can do it. Okay.
Pearl, this man needs your help. He needs you to lead him to Mordak's island. It's a real emergency. Mordak's holding his family hostage. Pearl can't speak human talk, but she's agreed to help you. Just get on into your boat and follow her.
Cedric and I want to thank you for all your help, Mr.
Don't worry about who I am. You just get on over to that there island and take care of your family.
Aye, aye, sir. We're off. Come on, Cedric.
Yes, Cedric. So another mermaid. So this is... There's a mermaid in King's Quest 2. And... Can't remember if 3 and 4 had one.
Oh no! Watch out for the rocks, Graham!
Brace yourself, Cedric!
Help me, I'm caught! Oh, help!
Are you all right, Cedric?
Well, let me see. Oh, I'm fine, Graham. Just a bit ruffled is all.
Okay. So for some reason there is a fish here.
A dead fish lies on the sand beach at the foot of the rocky stairs.
Alright, our second dead fish of the game.
Ugh, a dead fish. Oh, maybe I can use it.
Alright, this is a different dead fish.
Phew! This smelly old fish is disgusting.
Just King Graham just picking up dead fish all day. Okay.
Oh, I hate to say this, Graham, but I don't like this place at all.
I know what you mean, Cedric.
Alright.
Oh, I don't like this place. It's creepy.
Okay. Alright, so we got spooky eyes of the statues.
Two monstrous statues of grotesque, distorted serpents face each other across the narrow trail leading to Mordak's castle.
Okay. Oh, man.
Too bad. It looks like the eyes have it.
Sure. Alright. So for this is what that crystal was for after we defeated the Yeti. Sure. Okay.
Well, it looks like there's no way in. Let's turn back.
Come on, Cedric.
Come on, Cedric. Oh, clearly there's something over here. And then for some reason he pauses and looks around.
Get in. Let's go back now.
No, I'll figure this out.
Alright, so we have this metal bar. Okay.
Oh, you're crazy to go down into that dark hole. You don't know what's down there.
Well, do you have any better ideas?
No, mind if I wait for you here?
No, that's a good idea, Cedric. You be the lookout out here.
Yes. I'll be the lookout. Ooh, be careful, Graham.
Alright. And then what we got here is a maze. We got the Mordak maze. So this is top tier King's Quest gameplay. So at the start, we'll just call that S. We have a wall to our right. Forward is a wall there. There's a wall there. And it looks like it goes off like that. So you kind of have to go by what you see from your perspective here. And that's kind of the information that they give you. So say if we go like this, we're now actually facing this way forward. So this is kind of the really annoying part of this part of the game, is that now there is a wall to the left of us, a wall here, and it looks like there's a wall going up that way. Oh god. Alright. I'm sure we'll be fine. So my map is already wrong, I think.
A huge beast, sporting a fluffy topknot, bound in a crude hairpin on top of his head, skulks in one dark corner of the labyrinth.
Sure.
Graham should watch his step around this ugly beast. Shouldn't play around with Dink, Graham.
Alright. How would you like this tambourine? Okay.
Graham reaches down and grabs the hairpin off the labyrinth floor.
Alright, well that was for the hairpin, which is this apparently.
The hairpin is made of a carved piece of bone with a sharp metal clip attached to it.
Why did he leave? Because of King's Quest. Obviously. Okay, so now we gotta find our way out of the maze. So it was this, and then this, and then this. Where we started was here? So that's where we started, but we weren't facing this way. We were facing to the left, I think. Okay. There's this and this. If we turn left, that is a dead end. Right there. So if we turn around, go right, left, where we started, and then this way. So I think it's not that way. I'm pretty sure it's over here. Or it's over here. It's been a while. Follow the left-hand rule. This is going to be a preview of my Phantasy Star series playthrough, by the way. Get hype. Oh my god. And also Ultima. The Ultima games. Gonna be pretty much this. Okay, well we're back where we started. So if we go here and then here, this should be a dead end. Okay, it is. So if we go back to this screen here, we're now facing south. So screen south is on our left is a wall. Past this on our left is a wall. And there's that. And then this, and there is an opening to our left. So there's walls on both our sides. Walls here. Walls there. Oh, gee. Oh, God. Alright. Straight forward. And then to the right is something. To the left is... What is to the left? So there's... something like... God. Okay, can't go that way. It's like, the door's gotta be like right here. Yeah, there we go. Alright. The nightmare's over. So that should be, I think, the only time we have to do that. And then the next time we go through here, we'll have a guide. Okay. So, this door.
Graham tries to open the wooden door, but to no avail as it's securely locked.
Alright, securely locked. So naturally, a hairpin. This ultra secure Mordak's castle. Alright, and then while we're in here...
Inside the cupboard, Graham's eyes fall upon a bag of dried peas.
So we need this bag of dried peas. Don't worry about it.
The open cupboard, Graham retrieves the bag of dried peas.
Trust me, we need this. Okay. Sure, that's kitchen. All right, and then. All right, so here's Casima.
Don't come near me. Leave me alone.
I would never hurt you. I'd like to help you.
I don't believe you. You're probably one of them.
I'm not. Believe me.
Just go away. Please. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
All right, so if we keep talking to her.
Since the girl seems so frightened, Graham compassionately decides to leave her alone for now.
For now. So, this is why...
It is a lovely golden locket on a delicate chain.
So this locket.
Upon opening the locket, Graham sees a portrait of an older couple in regal attire. So as not to damage the picture, he quickly closes it again.
So, I don't know how you would get the idea to try this, but you have to do this.
Warning. This cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game.
Whoa, oh man, she...
Wherever did you find my gold locket? I thought it was gone for good. I lost it on the island just after I was brought here by Mordak.
You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. But tell me, who are you, and how did you come to be here?
My name is Princess Casima, from the Kingdom of the Green Isles. My father, the king, employs a horrible wazir who befriended Mordak. When Mordak saw me, he immediately wished to marry me and bring me here. Naturally, I refused, and my father agreed with me. But our refusal angered him so much that he sold me here anyway and put me to work as a scullery girl. He says he will never let me go, that a scullery girl I will remain until I agree to marry him. But the thought revolts me. What am I to do?
Don't worry, I'm here to save my family from the evil wizard. He's got them here someplace, imprisoned inside a glass bottle. If I can manage to rescue them, then of course I wouldn't forget you either.
I know the glass bottle you're talking about. It's in Mordak's laboratory upstairs.
Keep quiet about my presence. I think this will be the most difficult part of my journey. I may not survive it.
I would never give you away, and I will help you in any way I can.
She kind of looks like E.T. with her. She's got kind of the short head now when she gets up. Okay, so she's agreed to help us. All right, so if we didn't do this interaction with her, and you go into the house, it's a soft lock. So you have to do that. All right. So this doesn't turn to face you for some reason. I thought it's supposed to, but. Oh.
The black cat eyes Graham suspiciously.
We talk to the cat.
You! How did you get here?
I have journeyed far, over land and sea.
Never mind. Your journey is now over.
All right.
Goodbye, King Graham of Daventry.
Poor Graham. Mordak shows no mercy.
So, kind of like King's Quest 4, this is random. So in order to progress the plot, we need a random thing to happen here, which is this happening. Alright, so a rat runs into there.
Graham can see a small, moldy piece of cheese just inside the mouse hole.
Okay. Moldy cheese, huh? So if you don't get the moldy cheese here, with the fishhook, the 1 pixel thing that you had to...
Got it. The fishhook did the trick in retrieving the piece of cheese from the mouse hole.
So if you didn't get the fishhook, which was a 1 pixel item on the Harpy Island, it's game over. If you didn't get the cheese from the hole in there before the sequence is over, it's game over.
Hello.
What? Oh, Princess Cosima, where did you come from?
From the labyrinth. I spend a lot of time down here, you know, with my friends.
Friends?
Yes, like Zink and Sam. I don't know if you ever saw Sam or not. Anyway, I found this loose stone once that led here, to this cell. Now come on, you'd better get out of here.
And if you didn't talk to Cosima in the kitchens and give her the locket, which... who would ever think to do that? Then it's game over. And luckily you can just follow her back to the house here for this, so you don't have to do all this maze stuff again. Thank you, Roberta, for this one kindness. They don't make you do this maze again. Completely blind. Okay. So now this next part is tricky. Because there's a lot of things that can go wrong. So you need the bag of peas. I'm not sure if I can talk to her.
By the way, who are you?
I'm King Graham of Daventry.
I think I know where that is. It's very far from my home, though.
Don't worry. Somehow, I'll get you home again. But first, I've got to save my family.
Yes, well, I'll stand by you, King Graham. I'll help if I can.
Thanks. I may need it.
Well, I'd better get back to work. And you should keep out of sight.
Aye, aye, m'lady.
Alright. So this next part drove me kind of crazy when I was speedrunning it. Because this is random. And you gotta be really quick with this. I could have sworn that thing up there is supposed to turn to follow you. Okay, so once you hear the music, you gotta do that. Okay. So that thing has been taken care of now. So now our next problem is we need to spawn the cat. Which generally the cat's in this room. Okay. So there's our fish. Cats love fish. And then gotta put the cat in the bag. Alright. Because otherwise the cat is going to tell the wizard about us. So we gotta put the cat inside the bag. Alright, so over here is Mordak's lab. We'll be there later. So this next part here... Oh, geez.
Goodbye, King Graham of Daventry.
So this is also random. Don't worry about the screen getting screwed up, though. That's real hardware coming through, just like LCC said.
Poor Graham.
Okay, so this is RNG here. Whether or not Mordak is inside the bedroom or not is random. And he can just kill you at any time. Okay. So, trust me when I say that there's a screen down here. There's a door down here. Okay. So now, we need to...
A large tome lying open upon a corner desk attracts Graham's curiosity.
So there is a book of magic here.
This looks interesting. Graham wonders what the symbols mean.
Okay. And then another amazing part of the speedrun here, we have to wait until Mordak shows up and goes to bed. Because we'll see him through there. So kind of like in King's Quest 3, where you had to wait until the wizard was asleep to do certain things. They brought back that mechanic here in 5. So if you try to go into the bedroom right now, I think you just die. You get the same old, now you die, King Graham. But just like Mananin, Mordak has to sleep all the time, which I don't blame him. That's a big mood there. And we just gotta wait till he does it. And I think when I was speedrunning this, I did some digging into the programming of the game, and it is a random value, and the earliest it can happen is after 2 minutes or something. So they expect you to just hang out in this room for 2 minutes or so. I don't know.
Many books and scrolls line the shelves of Mordak's library. As Graham looks them over, however, he finds them mostly unintelligible. Many books and scrolls. Graham can see into Mordak's bedroom through the open doorway.
And then I think you have to be off to the side here when he appears. Otherwise, he just kills you. Just in case the game crashes. I also got to make sure to set the detail to low. But there we go. Okay. So now he just warps in and then goes to bed. Sure. Why he doesn't just warp into bed, I don't know. So this is really hard to see because of the glitches on screen, but his wand is on the desk next to him. So we yoink it and then get out of there. Okay, and then hopefully this isn't all screwed up. Okay. So this is where things can go all the way sideways. So this is a known part of the game where the game can crash. The earlier parts I didn't know of, but this part, the game absolutely crashed on me way back when. So this is a wand charging machine.
Graham has no idea what Mordak does with this strange contraption, but it couldn't be good. Inside the lower portion, a foul-smelling liquid bubbles, while 2 dangling spiked gizmos hang on a massive yoke above a couple of flat iron platters.
Yeah, I agree. That is a perfectly acceptable rationale about random deaths. So there's that, and then we have the charged up magic wand, which we can't use because it's Mordak's. And then right after this,
Graham tosses
things
the
might
moldy
explode.
cheese into the machine's bubbling liquid.
So it's after this animation is where the game used to crash back in the day. Which is a great place for it to crash, right at the end of the game. Oh man, there's a Frogger. Frogger memory.
Mordak's wand now barely glows. Perhaps its power has weakened, while Christman's old wand now appears completely energized.
Yep. That's that actually happened with me in King's Quest 4, Ed. Where I thought I was on the right track, but it killed me.
I'll take care of you, you swine.
Graham, I've heard from Crispin.
Oh, dang. No scoped.
What the? What have you done to my wand? You think you can outwit me, little man? Ha! Let me show you a thing or two.
Uh-oh. Well, he's supposed to turn into a dragon here. Oh my god, why is it doing this? Alright, we gotta... There we go. Okay. Interesting. So alt-tabbing and tabbing back in fixes it. Okay. Alright. So, versus a dragon. Probably a tiger. Let's become the tiger.
Why, you little...
Wait. Sure, a rabbit.
You think you're so smart, don't you? Well, I've got you now. Say goodbye, swine.
Okay. And then... This also looks like a rabbit, but that's a mongoose.
So, this is the way you want to play.
Alright. Fire. Turn into rain. GG. Well, animal knowledge and also just trial and error. There's only 4 options, so you can just brute force it.
Warning, this cartoon contains material that may be necessary for information or clues to complete this game.
But the game's over.
Please be sure to check your inventory if you decide to skip.
But the game's over. That's the... Oh, it fixed up the...
Now why won't you work?
I don't know why it redrew the screen to fix that corruption, but I'm glad it did.
Oh, Princess Cosima. Well, I did it. Mordak is dead.
Dead? Are you sure? Maybe he's only trying to trick you.
He's dead, all right. He turned himself into a fire, and I put him out with rainwater. He'll never bother anyone else ever again. But now I have a bigger problem. I don't know what to do about my family or my castle. I don't know how to turn them back to normal.
After all you've been through, there must be a way.
Crispin!
I have the solution to all your problems, Graham. While you and Cedric were gone, I did some asking around, and I found out that your son, Alexander, had the dubious distinction, if you may, of turning Mordak's brother, Manannan, into a cat some time back. Obviously, this deed angered Mordak, who could do nothing about it, since this particular spell could only be undone by the actual perpetrator, your son. It doesn't take a great genius to figure out that Mordak took your family and castle in revenge to try to persuade Alexander to restore Manannan back to his old self. I did discover, as now I see, that your castle and family were miniaturized and imprisoned inside a glass bottle. I did some research and found the spell for turning everything back to normal. Now watch.
All right.
Hocus pocus, Aliotus.
My children! My joy knows no limits!
Oh, Father, I'm so glad you're here.
He's at the very beginning, but then nowhere else. We had to spend 2 hours trying to get a snake out of our way.
Princess Cosima, how could I forget you? Come over here. Let me introduce you to my family. This is my wife, Queen Valenice, my daughter, Princess Rosella, and my son, Prince Alexander, who started this whole mess. All of you, this is Princess Cosima, from the land of the Green Isles. Without her, none of us would be standing here now. She bravely saved my life.
My lady, I am deeply in your debt, and I will make it up to you. With your permission, I'd like to travel to the land of the Green Isles to see you.
All right, now that we've done with all the formalities, let's get on with business, shall we? Higgledy, piggledy, pooh! Be assured that your castle is right back where it belongs, and the right size too. But now it's time that everyone return to their homes, with my help, of course. Alakazam, Alakazoo, Alakaz.
Wait! What about Cedric?
What about Cedric?
Where is Cedric?
Over there. Mordak may have killed him. Is there anything you can do about it?
Let me think. Ah, yes. I think I know. Abracabara? No, abracadora? Now what is that confounded word? Oh, yes!
Abra, Cadabra!
Oh, Crispin!
Cedric, it sure is good to see you again.
Oh, likewise, I'm sure.
All right, enough is enough. Let's get on with it. Okay, Cosima, let's send you home first. Wasn't that the land of the Green Isles?
Yes, that's right. I can't wait to see my parents again. Goodbye, Alexander. Perhaps we'll meet again.
You can be sure of that, milady.
Before you send us all home, Crispin, I just want to thank you for all your help. And you too, Cedric. I wouldn't be standing here with my family without you two. I'm deeply, deeply grateful.
What did Cedric do?
All in a day's work, my boy. All in a day's work, right, Cedric?
Right, Crispin.
Okay, back home you go. Alakazam. Alakazoo. Alakazee.
I guess Cedric took a bullet for us at the very end of the game, so that's something. But
Well, there she is, our happy home, and we're all safe and sound once more. Let's go home, shall we?
Yes, let's.
alright, so every completed playthrough of King's Quest V is a 100% playthrough. As far as I know, there isn't any percent now that I think of it, but it's really dumb. You actually have to go out of your way to not get all the points. Come to think of it. You have to brave the RNG, and you have to not put the cat in the bag. And I think that gets you the lower score than 260. Because there is a way around the cat. And you can also get around the... oh, it switches over to the MT-32 here for the rest of the credits. There is a way to get around the guard as well. In Mordak's house. The second time. You don't actually have to knock out the guard. But it's like, it is stupid amounts of RNG. So I barely ever ran that category. Oh, Josh Mandel's the voice of Graham. I didn't know that, actually. Oh, Amanda's Roberta Williams. Whoever Amanda is. DJ Williams is the tailor. Ken Williams, probably not in the voice talent section of this game. Roberta. Woman in Town is Roberta. Okay. Hey, Lorianne Cole is Isabella. She's the creator, co-creator of Quest for Glory. Guruka Singh Khalsa is he's the producer of Quest for Glory. Roberta's the rat. Oh man. Singing Ants. Okay, that's the composer of most of the music of the early Quest games. Okay, and 260. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of Sierra big names in the voice talent of this game. Interesting. Okay. And then the only way out of this is through this. So if you click on the Sierra button, there's About. So by Roberta Williams, 1990 version, that. If you enjoyed the saga of King Graham and King's Quest V, we're sure you could entice you to try out its illustrious predecessors. Oh, we got a double input. Yep. Queen Valenice, the heir is human. Help find his way to Daventry. Heroes of Rosella. So this is Ken Williams got to tell us about all the other stuff, like Mixed Up Mother Goose. You might enjoy this one. I'm probably gonna have to play this one now, since Ken Williams has been promoting this one since like King's Quest 1. Colonel's Bequest is the first. I forgot. Lower Bow. First Lower Bow game. And it looks neat. I've never played either of the Lower Bow games, and it's another Roberta Williams game apparently. Simply call Sierra Online at blank. Okay, I guess we're not.
The wait cursor will appear on the screen anytime the game is at a stage where it will not respond to any of your commands. During this time, you will not be able to move Graham, nor will you have access to the icon bar. The hold cursor will appear on the screen anytime that Graham is not under your control, but the game will still respond to other commands that don't involve moving Graham. The icon bar and most of its functions will still be available to you during this time.
So there's only 2 instances in the game where the hold cursor appears, as far as I can remember. There's when you have to use it in Isabella's palace to get her to call off the wolves. And then the other time is in the bakery at the start of the game when the mother and child are leaving the place after getting a pie. And I'm not sure why that...
Choose walk to move Graham to any location that he is able to reach by walking.
Sure.
Choose look when you want Graham to look at something on screen. Choose action when you want Graham to perform an action on an object. For example, getting a drink from a pond or jumping onto a rock. Choose talk when you want to initiate a conversation between Graham and another game character. Choose item when you want Graham to use that item in the game. An image of the most recently selected inventory item will appear inside the frame. Choose inventory when you want to see and select from the items you are currently carrying. Choose controls when you want to adjust Graham's walking speed, the sound volume. Choose information when you would like...
Alright.
Do you really want to quit?
Sure. Okay. King's Quest 5 complete. Let's stop the timer on that one. And wrap up the game here. Alright. King's Quest 5. To err is human. Or no. Absence makes the heart go yawn. Alright, completed? Yep. Cheated? Nope. All legit on this one. Okay, things I liked. Much better graphics than the earlier games. Better usage of sound hardware. Voice acting was pretty good. I like the story in this one much more than the earlier games. Most of the earlier games, I should say. I still like 3's story and gameplay loop the best out of the first 5 so far. But I've also played King's Quest 6 before, and King's Quest 6 is to me far and away the best. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Alright, things I did not like. This game has many ways in which you can soft lock. A lot of puzzles have pretty nonsense solutions. Oh, don't worry about this, Senses Ed. I'm using an auto transcription thing, so I'm not actually typing it in, and it's good enough for me. Let's see. A little short for an adventure game. So you can actually see it. It's auto-filling there. Some bugs and crashes. And that probably covers most of that. Alright, Dank Memes. A poisonous snake. Don't talk to me, my grandson, ever again. Sure, that'll be fine for that. Drum and bass, didn't really have it. Ayla Maus. Sure. Let's say Dink the tambourine monster thing was one. So, King's Quest 5. If you're playing this game blind, good luck. Good luck, because just off the top of my head, the amount of things that can soft lock you, and you wouldn't know it until you got absolutely stuck towards the end of the game. So there's the shoe in the desert, which you need for the rat. So that's one. There is eating the custard pie at any point, or feeding it to the eagle. That's a soft lock. Let's see. Not picking up the fishing hook in the Harpy Island, because you need that to get the cheese, and you need that to put the cheese eventually in the thing at the end of the game. So that's another one where you wouldn't know it until like half an hour at least later after you did it. So there's 3 soft locks there right off the top of my head. So this one's probably a 5 out of 5 just because of the complete nonsense soft locks. Like it's so damn easy to get stuck in this game and not know where you went wrong. Like you can pick up an item and then you get points for it and it dings, but then you do one wrong thing and the game doesn't immediately punishes you for it. It punishes you up to hours later, and there's no indication. Like, man, stuff like that drives me nuts. And then rating 1 to 5. So this game was really technically advanced when it came out. It looks really good for 1990. The music support was great because it had MT32 and all that, and Sound Blaster stuff. The voice acting with the CD version came later. I think that was 91 or 92. I don't think I got my copy of King's Quest V until 93 or so. 93, 94 maybe. And that's when I got into PC gaming with Sierra games and adventure games. But yeah, like I mentioned, King's Quest V was my first Sierra game and my first King's Quest game. So I picked a hell of a game to start off my adventure gaming with. Didn't have these easy ass King's Quest 1s to start off on. Nope. I started off on this ball breaker of a game. So just because of the horrible soft lock situations and dead man walking situations that you can get into in this game, that is automatically knocks it down from a 5. There's a lot of goofy stuff in this game, but other than that, I think it's very well put together. I think it's a great looking game. I for what it's worth, I think the voice acting is fine. It's not like actively horrible, besides like some Cedric stuff. But besides that, I think it's fine. I think the music is pretty good for what it is. But man, that's the issues with the gameplay. Plus, on top of all that, this was the first game in the series that switched over to a completely cursor-driven system rather than the parser. And to me, I liked the cursor games less because there's less flexibility in allowing the player to figure out puzzles. Like going in your inventory, clicking on a plank, and then clicking the plank on a gap it takes a whole lot less like brain power than physically walking your character over, typing out lay plank on gap to have them cross it. It really made me prefer the parser way that they did it in King's Quest 1, 2, and 3, and 4. So I think that was kind of a step back. Like, I know technology changes and all that they really wanted to push using a mouse for it instead. But I think it's less of a game for it. So all that combined, I'm gonna give King's Quest V a 3. I still really like King's Quest V, but man, this game's got a lot of issues. So I recognize that this game has a lot of problems, but I got the rose-colored glasses for this game, and I can't give it less than a 3. So good enough, let's say. Okay.